You hear that, yeah?
It's definitely coming through the headphones, not just room noise.
I'll just test these ones. Yep. Yeah. No problem. Yeah, it's fine, mate.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
70. Oh no, she needs to talk into. Oh, I know, I get it. Yeah. So,
Morning, everybody. Just to give you a 5-minute warning that we'll be starting in 5 minutes' time. And the first thing we'll do at about 2 minutes to 11 is check the simultaneous translation headsets. So if you can grab your coffee if you haven't got one, and we'll start in a few minutes. Yeah. So. Can we do the headset test, please? So the way they work is you pick them up, you do that, and they start working. There should be on channel 1, there's a volume control. So if you can put your hand up if you can hear the translator. If anybody's having a difficulty, if they can.
Yma yn Llandudno ar gyfer ein cyfarfod corff y Llywodraethol. We're going to stick very closely because we have some time pressures to the agenda and to the times contained within the agenda. So I will immediately ask for the due execution of the President's mandate, and call upon the lay secretary to certify the due execution of the President's mandate.
In accordance with Regulation 16.2, in the second chapter of Volume 1 of the Constitution, I hereby certify the due execution of the President's mandate.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure always to welcome people who are here representing their own churches, and I'd like to make a particular welcome to those who are with us this morning. And it's a delight for us to welcome back Sean Brynach. Sean, ble wyt ti? Croeso cynnes I chi ar gyfer cytun a'r cyfamod hefyd, eglwys cyfamod. Welcome, Sean Brynach, the new Chief Executive of Cytun, who is representing Cytun and Covenanted Churches. Representing the Church of Ireland, Dr. Rita Kelly is here as well. Rita, welcome. Delight to have you here with us. And the Reverend Canon Dr. Jenny Hurd is representing the Methodist Church. Is Jenny arrived yet? No, I don't. She'll be here tomorrow morning. Well, we look forward to her joining us then. I've already seen Jeff Williams, President-elect of the Union of Welsh Independents. Jeff, croeso cynnes. Thank you very much for joining us for this meeting. And then representing the Presbyterian Church of Wales, the Reverend Brian Hugh James, who was a previous moderator. Croeso cynnes, diolch o galon. And representing Christian Aid Wales is none other than the Reverend Andrew Sully. Andrew, it's good to have you here. Please remind governing body that representatives are usually given the opportunity to speak during the meeting, but to not vote. As ever, it will be good to hear the contribution and insight which our guests can bring, and we'll come to the vote in due course. At this meeting, worship arrangements are in the hands of my chaplain, the Reverend James Tant, appointed by the Standing Committee. If you have any questions about worship, please do refer them to James in the first instance. We had planned to hold a collection initially for the Bevan Foundation, who provide extremely important information of a social, political and cultural nature, and thought that we might donate to them. Since that time, you'll all have been aware of the situation emerging in Sudan. My request, therefore, is that we switch the collection from the Bevan Foundation on this occasion to help the Church of Sudan. So please, would you be very generous if you can? They are facing extraordinarily difficult circumstances. And I know that that money will alleviate poverty and enable them to, I think, provide security. The Archbishop of Sudan was talking yesterday, I think, on our WhatsApp group about those who were holed up in the cathedral as a rocket fire was happening all around them. I think about 45. So it really is a desperate situation. Please do contribute to the Church of Sudan, and we'd be most grateful for that. There are exhibition tables, as always. Please do avail yourselves the opportunity to go and see the stalls. A word about My Church People, a joint venture, as you know, between the IT, DBS and safeguarding teams, a database used to create, manage and store DBS certificate data, safeguarding training. The stall at the back of our meetings to help raise awareness of that database and provide demonstrations. So if you have any questions about My Church People, then please do visit the stall at the back over on the right, and Becca and others will be there to help you. Already introduced Andrew Sully to us, interim head of Christian Aid Wales, will be able to present and distribute resources for Christian Aid Week, and some fair trade products will also be available at their stall. Members will be aware that on our agenda, we'll be launching the Energy Footprint tool, which also includes an update. Dr. Julia Edwards, our climate change champion, will also be present throughout this meeting, offering that demonstration which is being launched. By inputting your annual energy use, the footprint tool will instantly generate your church's carbon footprint. And members are therefore asked to share ideas about progressing net zero with Julia. But of course, you don't need to wait until after the item to speak to her. Chris Thompson is here. Thank you, Chris, for being with us at the St. Padden's Institute stall to talk about Pioneer Community Ministry. Please do speak to Chris if you are able to. And also at the back, right next to that stall, is the R.S. Thomas and Emmy Elridge Society stall. And Susan Fogarty, director of that institute, is present to inform members about the Society's annual festival in June, which is in Aberdaron. Can I ask Matthew to say just a word about the way in which motions and amendments happen in this meeting?
Thank you, Your Grace. If you wish to table an amendment to any motion before governing body in this session, you have two options of how to do it, either by providing two hard copies of your amendment to the Secretary, to Simon, or by sending it via email to the email address amendments@churchandwales.org.uk. No advance notice is required by our standing orders, but advance notice, if you are intending to bring an amendment, is greatly appreciated, because we will need to get the IT staff to put any amendment screen behind us. And so to avoid us needing to adjourn for a few minutes while that is sorted, please do find Simon if you're intending to bring any amendments at any point in this section, and we will help you with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. There are some non-members who will be involved in speaking in some of our debates and presentations during the meeting. Rather than asking for consent on each occasion, would you, as usual, be prepared to agree to them being involved in this meeting with permission to speak? I'll give you each of them in due course, in addition to those who are representing different church communities. So Mr. Mike Wakeman, Director of IT, on item 9. The Very Reverend Nigel Williams, Dean of St. Asaph and Chair of the Electoral College Review Working Group, for item 11. The Reverend Canon Mark Priest, who is Chair of the Standing Liturgical Advisory Commission, item 14. And then the Reverend Canon Nigel Genders, who is the Chief Education Officer for the Church of England and General Secretary of the National Society, Mr. Andy Wolfe, who is Executive Director of Education in the Church of England, and of course our own Mrs. Liz Thomas, Provincial Director of Education in the Church in Wales, for item 17. Also, the Reverend Dr. Mark Griffiths, who is the Dean of Discipleship in St. Padden's, and the Reverend Canon Dr. Manon James, Dean of Ministerial Training, both from the St. Padden's Institute, will be speaking on items 18. Mr. Alex Glanville, Head of Property Services, and Dr. Julia Edwards, a Climate Champion, on item 19, and Mr. Ant Griffiths, Director of Safeguarding, item 20. This decision is by a simple majority. If you are willing for them all to speak but not vote, could you please show? Are there any against? Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Can I encourage, as always, members to speak if they are able to in the Welsh language. We do have full translation facilities available for this meeting, and it's good that we commit ourselves to using both of our languages publicly if we are able. Since our last meeting, we are aware of two people who are deeply connected to the church in Wales. His Honour Judge Michael Evans, QC, died just after All Souls Day in 2022. He was chair of the Standing Committee between 1993 and 2005, a chair of the Legal Subcommittee, and a member of both the panel of governing body chairs and the panel of assessors. He was also chair of the RB Staff Pension Trustees for the period to 2005. People will remember Judge Michael as warm, approachable, who was popular in this body and with the staff of the RB. So we remember Val and their family in their loss. We also remember the very Reverend John Rogers, who died on the 16th of February this year. He was known to many people, of course, as the Dean of Llandaff in the 1990s. Originally from Blaen Avon, he spent a large part of his ministry in the Diocese of Monmouth, in Ebbw Vale, and in Caldecott. John's wife Pam pre-deceased John, so we remember their children, the Reverend Canon Dr. Sarah Rogers and Paul Rogers, of course, who works for the RB. Shall we stand in their memory? Rest eternal grant unto them, O Lord, and let light perpetual shine. Thank you very much. We move on to agenda item number 3, which is minutes of the ordinary meeting of the governing body held on the 7th and 8th of September 2022. Members are asked to notify the Secretariat in advance of any changes proposed so that information can be made available before our meeting. No member has raised any point on the minutes. May I therefore sign the minutes as a correct record of the meeting of the governing body held on the 7th and 8th of September 2022. Thank you very much. I will sign the minute book, which the lay secretary will already have provided for me, apparently. We move on to matters arising from minutes. Again, members are asked to notify the Secretariat by the 14th of April of any matters they may wish to raise. No comments have been received on the minutes. I'm taking it, therefore, that there are no matters to raise now. Thank you very much. I concede the chair to the Very Reverend Dr. Sarah Rowland-Jones.
Thank you very much, Your Grace. Sarah Rowland-Jones, Dean of St David's. So we now move to the next matter, which is to invite the Archbishop to give his presidential address. I can let you know that paper copies will be available immediately after he is finished, and also the text will be available online. So if there's anything that you want to pick up afterwards, you'll be able to check what exactly it was he said. It's good to be able to hold one another to account within the body of Christ. And as you will see, at item 6, we have interaction after the presidential address. And at that point, I shall ask people who wish to respond to come forward to the lectern on your left, my right. Okay, but Your Grace.
Chair, thank you very much. Andrew, Archbishop of Wales. The Lord be with you. Hallelujah. Christ is risen.
He's risen indeed.
Hallelujah.
The 14th chapter of John's Gospel begins with these words. Do not let your hearts be troubled. Trust in God. Trust also in me. Easy words for us to hear. Much harder to live by, particularly as we look at our world with its pressing, seemingly overwhelming problems. In my address this morning, I wish to cover some key areas which present significant opportunity and challenge for the Church in Wales. Some are internal to our life, some relate to our commitment to mission and evangelism, and others to the wider geopolitical and environmental challenges that we all face. And I want to begin with the big picture. In March this year, the IPCC, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, produced its latest synthesized report, which is a summary document called AR6. The document contains the headlines from much longer reports, which are available online if you're interested in following those up. Drawing on the latest research and data and the work of successive COP meetings, the document makes for a deeply sobering read. And here I want to quote: human activities, principally through the emission of greenhouse gases, have unequivocally caused global warming, with global surface temperatures reaching 1.1 degrees Celsius above between 1850 and 1900 and the period 2011 to 2020. Global greenhouse gas emissions have continued to increase, with unequal historical and ongoing contributions arising from the unsustainable energy use, and land use change, lifestyles, patterns of consumption and production across the regions, between and within countries, and among individuals. The report continues. Widespread and rapid changes in the atmosphere, the ocean, the cryosphere, and biosphere have occurred. Human-caused climate change is already affecting many weather and climate extremes in every region across the globe. This has led to widespread adverse impacts and related issues, losses and damage to nature and people. Vulnerable communities who historically contributed the least to current climate change are disproportionately affected. Assessing the gap between the mitigations, the reductions, and the increase of greener technologies, the report says that projections suggest that based on nationally determined contributions, again quoting, make it likely that warming will exceed 1.5 degrees during the 21st century and make it much harder to limit warming to 2 degrees. The reality is that we face now no longer a climate challenge, but a climate emergency. And in truth, every part of human activity will need to be reformed if we're to reduce emissions and limit global warming. So much then hangs on this. Of course, the temptation is for us to hang our heads at this point, to imagine that we can do so little in the face of the scale of the emergency. Decisions that we make have no impact. The big decisions are made elsewhere, and we have no or little control over any of them. And of course, that is not true. I'm going to speak in Welsh now. You might wish to avail yourself of the headsets. Dwi felly yn mynd i nodi 3 maes lle mae'n bosibl i'r eglwys yng Nghymru fod yn weithgar. Yn gyntaf, dywisiadau personol. Yn ail, ein gweinidogaeth mewn ardaloedd gweinidogaeth, esgobaeth a thalaeth. Ac yn drydydd, ein heriolaeth ar y lefel Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig a Llywodraeth Cymru i ddadlau dros newid. O ran dywisiadau personol, mae'n bosib i ni wneud ymrwymiadau clir ger bron Duw. Asesu ein hôl troed carbon ein hunain a chymryd camau i'w leihau neuau wrth bwyso. Ymrwymiad parhaus i ailgylchu, ail ddefnyddio a defnyddio llai. Gall hyn deimlo fel newidiadau bach, maen nhw'n gallu llwio blaenoriaethau cwmnïau nwyddau a gwasanaethu rhyngwladol trwy wneud dyfysiadau personol. Yn draddodiadol, dyn ni wedi cyfeirio at hyn fel stiwardiaeth. Ond yn bellach, mae'n bosib fod agwedd fwy egnïol a phroffwydol newydd i'r gwaith. O ran ein hardaloedd gweinidogaeth, mae angen y sicrhau bod ein holl eglwysi yn gorfrestru ar gyfer dyfarniadau eglwys eco a Rossia. A'n bod ni'n trefnu ein gareddau a'n y polisïau i allu symud ymlaen o gofrestru at ennill dyfarniad ac yn y pendraw i lefel seren aur. Mae llawer o eglwysi eisoes wedi ymrwymo i wneud ein mynwentydd yn fannau lle mae bioamrywiaeth yn gallu ffynnu. O feddwl bod 60% o brydded hedfan y Deyrnas Unedig wedi cael ei colli yn ystod yr 20 mlynedd y diwetha. Mae hyn yn gam bach, ond yn pwysig. Ar y lefel darlithiol, dyn ni wedi lansio Menter Zero Net ar hub hinsawdd yn ddiweddar. Heddi, i ni'n lansio pecyn cymorth o troed ynni sydd wedi cael ei ddatblygu i fonitro ein cynnydd. Dan arweiniad Dr Julia Edwards ac Alex Glanville, mae'r datblygiadau hyn yn mynd i roi ffocws newydd i'n hymdrechion i chwarae ein rhan wrth leihau allriadau. Mae hon yn fenter pwysig a dwi eisiau diolch i Alex a Julia am ei gwaith. Edrychwn ymlaen at weld Julia yn treulio amser gyda'r uwch dimau ym mhob esgobaeth mwyn canolbwyntio ar gynlluniau penodol i sicrhau zero net. In the last year, I've been working closely with different agencies and charities who excel in this area. And I will provide at the end of this engagement a list of some of those in your meeting packs. But I'm delighted to announce today that in 2024, the Church in Wales will host an environmental summit which will bring key stakeholders together in conversation about the way in which Wales can be an exemplar of good practice. We have formed already a steering group to manage the agenda and to ensure that it's not only fit for purpose, but is groundbreaking in the things which emerge from it. It's my hope and it's my expectation that politicians, our farmers and others in the agricultural world, those who monitor our rivers, our soils, academics and environmentalists will present to begin a different kind of conversation, much less about blame and less about throwing mud and much more about finding points at which cooperation can take place. It's really true that we are in this together. And the solutions will require coordination and courteous, intelligent, but undefended conversation. But that it's us, it's the Church in Wales who've been asked to host this because of the respect in which we're held in our communities. And in one sense, we are somewhat detached from the immediate concerns, and therefore have a kind of credit. We have fewer, as it were, irons in the fire here. That gives us a unique role to play in gathering key people together. That's a mark of the respect in which you, the Church in Wales, are held. Governing body will remember that last meeting, I announced the decision of the RB to release £100 million from its historic reserves to invest in evangelism, alongside a substantial revision of the arrangements which allow the RB to support ministry in the diocese. This initiative will, of course, be far-reaching. Now, there's been a turbulent and really volatile market out there. There are good reasons for a slight delay, a pause in the release of those funds. But now is the time for us to be developing our thinking and our planning. And in order to facilitate that, the body responsible will be releasing very soon the ground on which we expect bids to be made. It will need to be explicitly and clearly directed towards either the delivery of evangelism or the facilitation of evangelism. It's important we do this now because we know several things have happened. Firstly, each of the dioceses are now configured into ministry or mission areas. We are learning in a way that we've never had to before, that what we can do together, we can do much more effectively than what we do apart. We are releasing new energy in our churches, and we are seeing how particular kinds of ministry are breaking new grounds, and investing in these seems apposite at this moment. The good news is that there are churches across the whole of the province that are doing extraordinary things, that are growing in urban and rural, in evangelical, charismatic, as well as Catholic traditions. They are unilingual, multilingual, and even multilingual, as well as bilingual. What underpins the health and dynamism of such growth is a combination of things we need to take seriously. Firstly, collaborative leadership, vibrant faith alive to the gospel, a creed and a clarity around our purpose, who we are, what we're trying to do and be. When surrounded by an outwardly focused ministry, there are few organizations who can compare with us and experience the kind of growth that we are seeing. And so I want to share just a little bit about one church's story, if I may, slightly abridged for the sake of space, but these are the words of one church as they have reflected on their story. Over the last few years in St. Thomas, we have grown numerically against the general trend within the Anglican Church. But before we did anything to transform the church in any way at all, we spent time listening to our community to see what God was doing here and how we could join in. We've seen new people join the church across the age spectrum. We spent time chatting to members of the church about why they decided to come, why for the first time, and why they've decided to stay. The vast majority of new members of the church have had some association with the building and therefore might have come for a worship service, either through social outreach, through children, through families work, schools work, or the occasional offices. And they've spoken to us of common themes. They've come into the building because they've heard that it was good news. In very simple terms, they've heard that something good is happening here. They want either to be a part of it or at least see what's going on. And when they arrive, they've spoken of how they feel like a family, how the place feels like home. That's been created by a warm culture of welcome, comfortable seating, good lighting, warm temperature, generous hospitality, accessible worship and liturgy. People are greeted at the door. And the smell of bacon sandwiches and coffee, the church expects to be welcoming new people, and in the services we share all of that with our city. They said that church feels authentic. It seems to live out what's most important. It has clear values that are communicated each week, that are biblical, so people know what they are part of, want to feel the presence of God and find His purpose for their lives and be sent out in His power. And for that story, there are countless others of people who are discovering that God is ahead of us and doing new and good things. Dwi am siarad yn y Gymraeg unwaith eto. I want to speak in Welsh once more, if I may. Mae hygredodd a dylusrwydd wrth rai bywyd yr eglwys. Ein nod yw gwneud yr hyn y mae pobl yn ei ddisgwyl a bod yr union beth mae pobl yn ei ddisgwyl. Dydy hynny ddim wedi bod yn wir bob tro. Felly dwi'n ddiolchgar iawn am y datblygiadau sylweddol i ni wedi gweld yn yr eglwys yn ystod y tair blynedd diwethaf. I ni wedi datblygu fframwaith diogelu cadarn, wedi troi at arbenigwyr proffesiynol i weithio gyda ni ac i lunio polisi ar gyfer yr eglwys yng Nghymru. Mae'r system bris benni sy'n dod ag adnoddau dynol, yr adran gyfreithiol, diogelu ar y prif weithredwr, ynghyd yn golygu bod atebolrwydd ac asesu risg yn rhan o drefn gynhwysfawr a chadarn. Mae panel diogelu annibynnol yn sicrhau nad ydyn ni yn syrthio i'r fagl o farcio ein gwaith cartref ein hunain. Mae grŵp gweithredu adolygiad mynwy yn tynnu at derfyn ei waith ffurfiol, wrth gwrs, ac mae newidiadau sylweddol i ni wedi gwneud i fynd i'r afel a chwestiynau am recriwtio, cefnogaeth, atebolrwydd, yn ogystal â mynd i'r afel a newid diwylliant yn yr eglwys. Un o'r agweddau sydd wedi dechrau gwreiddiol, ond sydd angen sylw mwy difrifol, yw'r siarter ar urddas yn y gwaith. Mae mwy o waith i wneud o ran disgwyliadau priodol a sut dyn ni'n dod yn well ac yn fwy diogel fel eglwys. A dyn ni'n ceisio ymgysylltu'r eglwys yn fwy llynwyr gyda'r siarter. Dwi annog cynghorau ardaloedd gweinidogaeth ledled y dalaith i sicrhau trefn o ymgysylltu ar siarter urddas yn flynyddol. Mae mwy o waraith i wneud o hyd i'n gwneud i'n eglwys well. Mae hyfforddiant ariannol mewn ardaloedd gweinidogaeth, enghraifft, a reoli ein portffolio adeiladu yn faterion fydd angen i ni edrych arnyn nhw unwaith eto. A dwi eisiau tynnu sylw'r corff llywodraethol at adroddiad yr adolygiad allanol cyfnodol ar gyfer athrofa Padarn Sant. Mae'r adroddiad yma yn ategid cryf o ansawdd a chyfeiriad yr hyfforddiant sydd ar gael yn y sefydliad. Mae'n amlwg fodd bynnag bod angen i wneud mwy fel y talaeth, ac mae cyfrifoldeb yma penodol ar yr esgobion yn hyn o beth. Dydy cynhyrchu 6 ffordd wahanol o hyfforddi ddim yn bosib. Nid yn unig y byddai'n aneffeithlon, ond byddai hefyd tanseilio'r syniad ein bod ni'n un eglwys gyda chyd dealltwriaeth o weinidogaeth a hyfforddiant. Mae angen i ni hefyd datblygu hyd a lled y gweinidogaethau sydd eu hangen ar yr eglwys a deall sut i'w gyfuno gyda dealltwriaeth hael o'r hyn y mae'n ei olygu i fod yn Anglicanaidd. Mae undod Yr eglwys ar lefel daleithiol wedi derbyn chwa newydd o egni yn ddiweddar. Mae'r pwyllgor sefydlog taleithiol wedi cytuno i gyfarfod mewn cyfuniad o waith ac addoliad mwyn cyd-fyfyrio ar yr hyn sy'n gyffredin i bob un ohonom ni. Gwerthoedd, amcanion ac adnoddau hyd yn oed. Mae cadeirydd ac is-cadeirydd y pwyllgor sefydlog wedi cyfeirio at y cynulliad hwn yn ei hadroddiad. A dwi'n rhagweld y bydd yn strategol arwyddocaol i'r eglwys. Dyn ni hefyd wedi ymrwymo i gyfarfod yn ysbryd hyd cyfarfodydd y 3 blynedd diwetha tua diwedd y flwyddyn, ond y tro yma ein bod ni'n cynnwys yr holl archddiarconiaid, deuoniaid, ysgrifenyddion esgobaethol, y tîm genedlaethol, ymddiriedolwyr corff y cynrychiolwyr, y pwyllgor sefydlog, ac wrth gwrs y fainc hefyd. Gwerth y cyfarfod hwn, cymanfa neu gynulliad, yw gwrando a dylai rhannu arfer da ddigwydd fel rhan o drefn pethau. Ond mae dysgu sut i ymgynghori yn llai cyfarwydd i ni. Crefft y synod yw ein dysgu i gyd gerdded, ac mae angen i hynny ddigwydd yn reddfol os ydym ni eisiau gweld ein bywyd fel eglwys yng Nghymru yn hynny. And so, to conclude, I began with some words from John's Gospel, from chapter 21 to end, and the encounter between Mary and the risen Lord. She didn't, of course, realize that it was Jesus until he simply said, Mary. It's the Lord who knows each of us by our name, who loves us each unconditionally, but above all, asks us to respond to the challenges that we face, not with despair, with hope and with confidence, in truth, in the spirit of Easter. Alleluia, Christ is risen. He is risen indeed. Alleluia. Let's pray. Risen Lord Jesus Christ, you came among your disciples, you said, peace be with you. Give us a peace which leads us into the world to be confident bearers of grace and hope. May our vision be aligned to the purposes of your kingdom, and may we be strengthened to bear your cross and to be ever joyful for your dear name's sake. Amen.
Thank you very much. Now we have just over 20 minutes. As I mentioned earlier, hard copies of the address are available. I'm not sure where. Oh, there we are, down this man here. You know him well. If you want one, you can get it there. And I hope they should know the address will also be online. The other thing which is available is a document giving the Archbishop's first year of appointments and engagements, if that is of interest to you. So now we come to the interaction with the President about his address. And in order to gauge how best to use the time, I would find it very useful if those who would wish to respond could actually form up here, and we can then sort of spread the time as equitably as possible amongst those who would like to raise any matters. Croeso chi gyd. And a reminder, please, if you could say who you are and where you're from and your status, if that's relevant, as you introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try to speak in Welsh. Richard Woods, elected Bangor. Mae'r ymateb i'r argyfwng hinsawdd byd-eang yn gofyn am gyfuniad o bethau sydd angen ei gwneud a pethau y mae ein rhoi'r gorau i'w gwneud. Dwi'n croesawu gefnogaeth sy'n cael ei chynnig ar draws y dalaeth ni gyflawni hyn. Fy nghwestiwn yw a welwn gyfuniad tebyg yn ein hymateb i'r cyfle a gwneud gan y Gronfa efengylu 100 miliwn o bunnoedd. A fydd gymorth nid yn unig i wneud pethau da, ond hefyd stopiwch, peidiwch i wneud pethau nad oes angen i ni gwneud mwyach.
Diolch, Richard. Do you want me to
Can
respond
I was just
now?
going to ask if the Archdeacon was going to speak on much the same point, in which case it'd be worth it for you now, and then if you, that will allow the Archbishop to address everything together.
Thank you, Chair. Mike Colmore, Llandaff, elected. Yes, indeed, the same point. It's a joy for me to come to Llandudno, to the governing body for the first time. It's a joy to meet up with people they haven't seen for 6 months or so since the last governing body met. But I do wonder whether actually it's necessary for us to come together physically twice a year. We're encouraged in our own personal lives to chip away at every kind of contribution that we make to the global climate emergency that you referred to. I just wonder whether we might consider seriously doing what the representative body has done in most of our meetings, some of our meetings online, which will just contribute to that chipping away to the problem. Thank you.
Your Grace.
I'll deal with that immediately, if I may, Mike. In the conversations with which we've tried to engage GB, two things I think have emerged. The first is that people have found GB to be not only a meeting of transaction, which is easily done sort of online, but people have found the gathering outside of the formal meeting to be immensely helpful in shaping all kinds of things, but also very often when it comes to responding to subjects or any contributions, we don't always pick up the subtleties of body language, and we don't always sense the mood of a meeting and how to judge whether or not what we're saying has any traction and on the ground. So the majority, I think, of people have said that we need certainly to develop our life online digitally, and it's not just the RB in its trustee form. Many committees now meet online, but those who have valued the face-to-face engagement have said we're going to be the poorer in our democratic process if we move everything online. And I think we need to keep this under review. I don't think that we ought to make that the last comment on this matter. But at the moment, my sense is that for this meeting, people do want to meet in person, but we'll keep that under review. Richard, if I understood you correctly, you were referencing the attitudes that are in the address in which I've spoken about climate, stopping doing certain things, and wondering whether or not that same thinking could apply to the evangelism initiatives. One of the things that we are, I think, learning from our experience in mission and ministry areas is that we have new opportunity to do things now as we didn't before, because largely we were kind of atomized and separated out. There has been a new release of energy within these new units to specialize. For example, to take responsibility for a children's worker, which perhaps a single church might not be able to, but a mission or a ministry area can do. And I think that if we're going to be brave about this, that we have to work with the things that are most, I think, life-giving and fruitful in their outcome. So we do have to have good eyes and good ears, and there's nothing wrong with investing well in the things that I think combine faithfulness and fruitfulness together, making that a greater part of our mindset. The impetus for that, I think, has to lie largely within our mission and ministry areas. And bishops would endorse that, I know.
Yes, thank you.
Richard Mulcahy, Diocese of Monmouth, co-opted. It would be fair to say that I should start with a confession, and I hope you will all absolve me later, that I have stood in this hall many times over the years, not necessarily for a governing body, but in my other job in working for the Welsh Government. And at one time, in fact, a number of times, I've been responsible for trying to spend as much as £1 billion over 7 years. We always say, you know, $1 million here, $1 million there, soon you have real money. What we have, though, has always been a huge amount of some necessary bureaucracy, an awful lot of unnecessary bureaucracy. We also have people who stick with their pet projects, despite them not really, and because they have influence, those projects keep going. So my plea, if I may be absolved from being a civil servant, is that whatever process we have for this money, which is $1 million is serious money, that we create systems that encourage people to buy rather than say, oh, I can't do that, it's a 20-page document. That we have processes for managing the money that are appropriate, not oppressive, and that hopefully that we can stand here at the end of this and be able to point to gains we've made, rather than, as we've always had tended to do, find ourselves saying, well, I would have liked to have spoken in Welsh, but I don't have Richard's bravery. But the point remains, we need to make this a working system that's easy to do and makes that difference on the ground, rather than getting, as we all tend to do, dragged into the minutiae of management. But,
Do you want to?
Yeah, just a brief comment on that. One of the things I think that we get from the Evangelism Fund, I think was originally conceived, is that we've gained an awful lot of institutional learning. We've learned how to do this. We're doing it better now than we were 2 years ago because we've grown in our understanding. And that's been really valuable because we would expect to bring that into this next phase of our work. And yes, be generous, and yes, be permissive, but at the same time, holding projects and spend to the kind of levels of accountability which show that we're good stewards, and that where a project or where a venture is not working, being brave and courageous without in any sense again blaming, being prepared to say this hasn't worked, we're no longer going to continue with it because it's not fruitful. So I think we've gained an awful lot, and that understanding will travel with us into this next phase. That's good news.
Dwi eisiau trio siarad yn Gymraeg. Rosie Diamond, arweinydd ardal Deino Sant i'w gyrffau Esgobaeth Bangor. Diolch Archesgob am anerchiad mor obeithiol. Jyst yn meddwl bod geiriau o'r Iesu yn Efengyl Iwan, peidiwch ag adael ddim gynhyrfu'r eich calon, mor berthnasol i ni fel eglwys ar hyn o bryd, ac mor berthnasol i'n gymdeithas hefyd. Mor gyffrous clywed am cynlluniau ar gyfer cynhadledd hinsawdd blwyddyn nesaf. A dwi jyst eisiau gofyn, really, pethau di newid, a chi di cyfeirio at argyfwng hinsawdd erbyn hyn. Da ni'n adnabod bod popeth di newid yn ein cymdeithas. Felly, oes yna cyfle ychwanegol i ni fel eglwys yng Nghymru i gynnig caplaniaeth i cymuned ehangach mwyn cefnogi a jyst cynnig gofal bugeiliol i bobl sy'n poeni am yr argyfwng presennol.
Can I ask if either of you two are picking up on that, or
Kind of
Grace.
Diolch Rosie, dwi'n mor ddiolchgar am y syniad. A dwi'n siŵr bod yna cyfle i ni feddwl yn ehangach am y ffordd mae'r Eglwys yng Nghymru gall fod yn wyrdd yn ein gwaith, ond yn ein cymorth hefyd. Dyn ni ddim wedi meddwl, mae rhaid i mi gyfadde, am campaniaeth, ond dwi'n groesawgar iawn o'r syniad, oherwydd mae'n rhywbeth newydd ac yn greadigol falle. Na i gael sgwrs gyda Julia Edwards falle ac y faint hefyd i weld os yna'r modd yn ei ymateb nid gyda geiriau ond gyda rhywbeth mwy sylweddol.
Thank you.
Thank you, Archbishop, Your Grace, and members of the governing body. I just wanted to
introduce yourself, please.
Oh, sorry. My name is Colleen. I am a pioneer evangelist for West. I just wanted to pick up on the things around the evangelism fund. And I thought it was so amazing in your address, Archbishop, that you put in a testimony of growth that we're seeing in the church in Wales, which is so encouraging. And I know that there will be so many testimonies actually of what God is doing, like you were saying, but we don't always get to hear about them, do we? And so I wondered if there was some way, since we're having funding for evangelism, and like a couple of you have said, actually, when you have a massive pool of money, it can be scary because there is like a high accountability to be really good stewards over what we do with that. Also, how to spend that. But I think that if we hear more testimonies of what God is doing, and examples of where God is working, actually it's really encouraging for us. And it can make us actually be braver in taking risks, if you will, in how we invest the money and in investing it maybe in ways that we haven't before. So I wondered if there was a way as a church we can actually collect testimonies of where God is working in all different kinds of contexts of ministries and share that with the wider church so that it actually gives our LMAs and our parishes and it gives us bravery to actually apply for funding and try new things and do things that we haven't done as churches before in order to reach people with the gospel.
Archdeacon, are you going to? Yes, more of the same.
Thank you, Archbishop Monis Farah from St. David's Diocese. Just one question. You made a 3 to 4 references to fruitfulness. And where do we see the fruit? And I think fruitfulness needs definition because the fruitfulness of the outreach gospel can be on multi-levels. And the fruitfulness that we can experience can actually add kudos to the church or diminish kudos to the church, depending how we express it in our life. 2 weeks ago, there was an article in the Church Times about the impact of putting provision beyond what we normally provide and how that grows the church. Last year, there was a report that came out about the impact of social outreach on the kudos that the church and the acceptance of the church that increased as a result of responding to people's needs on the ground. Both are really seminal reports. So my question to you is, how did we define fruitfulness? Because it is very important to define that. Is that, and I come from a tradition that were very focused on numbers. So it's the number of people attending our services, the number of people that we're reaching out, alleviating needs. Is it empowerment in our local communities, or the above? And where do we put weighting on each of these elements? Thank you.
Two complementary questions.
Yes, related to each other. Thank you both very much. In my address, I spoke about the gathering. We haven't yet alighted upon a name, whether we call it a congress or a convention. But one of the reasons why we wanted to bring people together in that kind of forum is that you're absolutely right. We've not been good at not only hearing stories, but learning from one another. And of course, the F word is a really important word, because when we fail, if we learn well why we failed and how we would do things differently next time round, then we've taken a step forward. And I think it's really important for us in the Church in Wales, for us to have a place in which we share stories,
best practice, seek to understand how things work in one context and whether or not they're portable and transferable. What is the kind of learning that accompanies any particular venture? And all of that done within an exhortatory environment. We're encouraging each other to do more. Seems to me a really good and purposeful way of connecting us, the 6 dioceses and the national team together. So I'm really looking forward to that next step of the joint meetings in which that kind of agenda will feature, because we've got so much that we need to learn. So thank you. It is going to happen. Mones, you're absolutely right. Fruitfulness. I think the way I understand that essentially is that there are things that we can control and there are things that we cannot. What we can control is the kind of investment that we make in ministry or mission areas, in projects, in work, making sure that people are well supported, that our prayerfulness, that our engagement levels are strong. That kind of input, I think, is quite easy to quantify, to understand. It's much harder, isn't it? I mean, each of us could set a target. We could say, this church is going to grow by 10% this year. But actually, it's very hard to control that kind of target. I think it's much better if we're very clear about what we're trying to do and how we're trying to do it. That's a much better way, I think, of approaching any challenge than looking for the outputs. Looking for the inputs seems a better way. But it's not just about, of course, it's not just about numbers. I think I, like you, was impacted very clearly by the natural church growth thinking. And we want to grow spiritually and we want to grow numerically. And we don't want to pit one against the other. We don't want to content ourselves with an increase of grace in our lives and find we've got no one in our churches. But we're not interested just in bringing people into church. We want lives transformed by God's grace. And so the spiritual and the numerical transformation of our church is what's, I think, driving our agendas at the moment.
I think we're done there. Thank you very much. So let me just say again, thank you for your address and thank you for your generosity in interacting with all of those who've raised points, and thank you to those who've come forward. Diolch yn fawr iawn I chi gyd. Now, that concludes session 1. So let's take 30 seconds just to stand up and stretch, and those who need to get themselves organised for session 2, report of the standing committee, adroddiad y pwyllgor sefydlog can get themselves organised, which I think is mostly Tim. So 30 seconds to stand and stretch. Who is about to commence. Yeah, okay. So if you'd like to take your seats again, please. Now, the chair of the Standing Committee, Mr Tim Llewellyn.
Lay member,
Right, yeah, we can hear
Diocese
you now.
of St David's and chair of the governing body standing committee. Purpose of the session I'm going to take you through now is to take you through the standing committee report, and I will assume that you've all read the report, so I'm not going to go through it in detail. When I propose recommendation number 2, which is the approval of the whole report, members will have a chance at that stage to comment or ask questions on any part of the report. When we are considering the first recommendation, I'd be grateful if you would just comment on that specific proposal. But before I talk about the recommendations, I'd like to highlight 5 sections to you in the report. The first one, paragraph 1, standing committee meetings. And the Archbishop has already alluded to this in his earlier address. Members of the governing body will be pleased to know that your standing committee will be holding an overnight meeting in May, at which we will discuss on our strategic roles and responsibilities. Please note that the next triennium of the Standing Committee begins in 2024, and dioceses will be asked later this year to elect 1 cleric and 1 lay member from each diocese to membership of the Standing Committee for the new triennium. If you would like to know more about what membership of the Standing Committee entails, please speak to either me or Simon Lloyd, and we'd gladly explain a bit more to you if you're interested. I could now turn to paragraph 8 of the report, where unfortunately there's a typographical error. The Reverend Christine Owen has left and of course has been replaced by the Reverend Christine Owen has of course replaced the Reverend Chancellor Pam Powell as the elected clerical member, not lay member from the Diocese of St Athan. Okay, so Reverend Christine Owen is replacing the Reverend Chancellor Pam Powell as a clerical member and not a lay member. Paragraph 15 relates to printed governing body reports. To help reduce the Church's environmental impact, the governing body has decided, the digital governing body papers, the default options. Members who specifically requested printed papers in advance have been provided with them as they arrived this morning. We've also overhauled how the meeting documentation is presented on the website, with each paper numbered with reference to the agenda and each session in a separate folder. And I hope that this is an improvement for members, but of course, any feedback you have here, please let us know. Paragraph 27, once again, the Archbishop has referred to this earlier on. This is the gathering of the Church in Wales leaders. After holding 4 very useful joint meetings of the members of the Standing Committee, representative body and bench of bishops, it has been agreed to hold a further meeting, including those archdeacons and cathedral deans not already included by membership of the Standing Committee or representative body. Plans are being made for this to take place in the autumn of this year. And then finally, paragraph number 30, the Climate Change Hub Group. The Standing Committee is responsible for strategic oversight of the net zero climate agenda, reporting to the governing body. And the Climate Change Hub Group is to be set up, including the Archbishop as a member. So those are the 5 specific areas that I want to comment on, and I will now turn to the recommendations within the report. So the first recommendation I would like to put before you is that the Standing Committee warmly recommends Sue Rivers to be a governing body chair. Sue has extensive experience as the chair of governors for 2 school governing bodies, 1 secondary and 1 Church in Wales primary school, who were in special measures and are now out of Estyn monitoring, together with her relevant experience as the president of the Llandaff Diocese branch of the Mothers Union. So, Chair, I would now like to propose that.
Thank you very much. Let me just note that the Vice Chair, Dr. Heather Payne, is unable to be with us at governing body this week for COVID-related reasons, so I shall be seconding from the Chair. So can I ask governing body now if anyone wishes to raise a question or to make a comment on this specific motion? I see none. So therefore, can we therefore move to a vote? We'll be taking 4 against and abstentions. and the decision is by simple majority. So can I ask all those who are in favour of this motion, please to raise your cards. Thank you. Those against? Any abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you, governing body. So the second part is obviously now there's an opportunity for members to comment on any issues that are included in the report, and this is your opportunity.
So you are proposing the motion and I am seconding. So if anybody, please, if you'd like to come forward. Thank you very much. And as usual, can I remind you, please, to introduce yourselves as you begin. Don't be shy now.
Andrew Sims, Llandaff Lay. Thank you very much for the report and everything that's contained within it. Really wanted to just, for the sake of clarity, there were people who were expecting to have printed documents today, myself among them, because we have historically asked for paper documents and haven't managed to gather that it was to reapply for paper documents, but also that perhaps we need to consider that if we're moving towards being paperless, which is fantastic, really on board with that, we need to make sure that the tables we provide are big enough to have 8 devices on top of them, and also to make sure that there are charging points in the middle of them, because if we want to get behind this, and I think it's really important that we do, we need to make sure that the sort of structure is there practically to encourage it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think that is just noted. And you respond to all. Okay. So if we could, yes, have. Thank you.
Sarah Mulcahy, elected Monmouth. Again, it's on the printed papers. I again support the fact of not automatically sending out printed papers to everybody, but there are some people. I'm dyslexic. I can't read large volumes on a screen, and I certainly can't read a pack like that within an hour or so of getting a pack when I arrive at a meeting. I know certainly when I was younger, I would not have stood up and admitted I was dyslexic and that I couldn't do this. So there maybe lots of people have got difficulties for various reasons and they can't use the electronic format and need the papers in advance of the meeting. So I think there should be the option, and John very kindly did send me my papers, but I had to specifically request and explain why I would like them in advance. And the other point I wanted to make, which is probably more controversial, is the papers that come out are obviously bilingual, which I agree with, but could it be that they were printed separately in English and Welsh so that you would halve the amount of paper that was used and people could request them in whichever language?
Chair, Jonathan Wright, elected cleric, Swansea and Brecon Diocese. There's 3 points that I would like to raise. On paragraph 29, which is safeguarding matters, I note that in the Monmouth review report, the Standing Committee undertook a major decision as part of that, and it's not listed within this. I wonder whether there's a point here about ensuring that major decisions are recorded formally in the report of all the Standing Committee meetings. Secondly, with regard to paragraphs 39 to 41, I'm grateful that this decision has been made, but I wonder what's the time frame for these being made available? They weren't available online yesterday. I wonder when these will be in place. And will the publication of minutes also include subcommittee reports to the Standing Committee, so that at least members of governing body could also see those? Would this practice be also recommended for dioceses? And finally, I noticed that in this Standing Committee report, which covers the last 4 meetings of the Standing Committee, there's no mention of work undertaken with regard to the release of the £100 million. Has that been an agenda item on Standing Committee meetings, or is that just not referenced because it's dealt with elsewhere? Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Yeah.
So first of all, thanks very much for the comments there, and I'll speak to Andrew and Sarah's points first. All very valid points that have been made, and we'll certainly take them on board and understand how best we can react to them. But thank you very much for your comments there. Jonathan, thanks very much for yours. As far as the 100 million bit, I'll deal with that first. It hasn't been ignored by standing committee, but it's very much a representative body issue. So the main decision making and discussions are very much within the auspices of the representative body rather than the standing committee. We'll duly note your comments regarding the minutes, and we will clarify in terms of the timescales as to when those will be published. And certainly as far as the major decisions, we'll once again reflect on that. But I will also update on the Monmouth report in my next session there. So if there's anything specific around the safeguarding, we can use that as an opportunity there. Thank you very much, though.
So thank you very much, Governing Body. Is there anybody else who wishes to make a comment or raise a question? In which case we may now move to the vote. Again, it will be those for, those against, and those abstaining, with Mr. Tim Llewellyn proposing and myself seconding. So can I ask you please to raise your cards if you're voting in favour of this motion, that the report of the Standing Committee be approved? Thank you. Anybody against? Any abstentions? Seems we are again unanimous. So thank you very much indeed. And that concludes our discussion, our consideration of the report of Standing Committee. So we now move to Addendum 8, which is the Monmouth Review Implementation Group. And you again have a document about that. And I apologise that I am one of those who's got the printed copies, because it's much easier for me at this point from the chair to work with bits of paper in my hand that I can wave at you and have several documents open before me at once. So the report of the Monmouth Review Implementation Group, which will be introduced by the Chair of Standing Committee. Thank you, Tim Llewellyn.
Archbishop Chair, I'm still Tim Llewellyn, I'm still from the Diocese of St David's, but this time I'm Chair of the Monmouth Review Implementation Report. So, the Monmouth Review Implementation Group was established formally in late January 2022 and met for the first time in March 2022. In that time, much progress has been made in responding to the 28 recommendations within the Monmouth Review Report, a report which gave us much food for thought and showed that in a number of very important areas, our processes and policies were lacking coherence and rigour. At the governing bodies meeting in April last year, responding to a question time question from the Dean of Newport, I said that I hoped significant progress would be made by the end of 2022, and it is pleasing to be able to report that the majority of the recommendations have either been implemented fully or are close to being so. The report you have amongst your papers sets out the position. You will see that of the 28 recommendations, 19 are fully implemented, and the report indicates those which are outstanding. Some of these are inevitably going to take longer due to their wide-ranging nature and complexity. Others, such as those relating to bishops' medical and well-being support and their induction, should be concluded quite shortly. A key process step, one which was recognised in the review report itself, is the triage meeting of staff, which discusses and monitors people-related casework. The oversight of casework this provides, almost without effort, addresses a number of the recommendations, and you will see from the report the Standing Committee approved terms of reference for this group in February upon the Implementations Group recommendation. The terms of reference have been appended to the report for your information. I would like to take this opportunity to remind the governing body of the Church in Wales Dignity Charter, which once again the Archbishop referred to earlier on, plus also you've got a paper copy on your table, which you approved in 2022. This was a key recommendation of the report, and whilst it's very easy to publish a charter, it only becomes a living charter when we truly live and breathe it in all that we do. The provincial team have produced this poster, and the QR code will take you through to the full charter. But I would ask you rhetorically, what is it that you're doing in your own churches to keep it real and alive? You will see from the report that Archdeacon Stella Bailey from the Gwent Valleys has been appointed recently as a member of the group, following Dr. Sian Miller's departure from the province. This may seem unusual given the group has now completed the majority of its work, but the group was keen that even so it retained as many voices and sets of eyes as possible, and we were not content to be without a female member. Given the progress that has been made, the group feels it does not need to meet as frequently and has agreed to meet next in the autumn. In the meantime, though, I'm meeting with staff in June to discuss the outstanding work and what has happened in the interim period. In closing, I would like to say a sincere thank you to my fellow members on the group, namely the Archbishop, the Most Reverend Andrew John, the Chair of the representative body, Professor Edwin Hughes, the former Chair of the Standing Committee, Dr. Sian Miller, the Archdeacon of St David's, the Venerable Paul McNess, the Archdeacon of the Gwent Valleys, the Venerable Stella Bailey, and the Right Reverend Tim Thornton, our independent member. I'm also deeply indebted to members of the provincial team, namely the Provincial Secretary, Canon Simon Lloyd, the Head of Legal Services, Mr. Matthew Chinnery, and the Governance Officer, Mr. John Davis, who keeps us all on the straight and narrow. Chair, that concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much indeed. So if members have questions or comments that they would like to make, again, I'd be grateful if you would come to the front.
Richard Mulcahy, Monmouth Co-opted. Two things to start with. One, this is not a family meeting, despite appearances, but both my wife and I have spoken in 3 successive votes. We are planning to take over the whole of the meeting later, but we'll let you know when it's time for you to go. Secondly, as well, others might remember that I spoke on the previous report of this committee last year in Newport. This time I'm going to avoid colourful metaphors and focus on the fact that I'm very pleased that we've made what appears to be considerable progress. There's a number of the recommendations have been taken forward. My concern comes in 2 main areas. One is that this is not visible outside governing body and the relevant committees, I feel. I wouldn't want this report as such to be put to the PCCs and MACs, but because it's written in committees. Now, I may be fluent in it, but many people aren't. We need something perhaps simpler to explain what has happened. But also, when we say it's quite difficult to change culture, yes, but we're not the only people trying to do it. Again, speaking to my other job, we've had a whole range of issues about bullying, mistreatment, and the rest in the civil service. We spent a lot of time trying to work out ways to stop people pushing their way through past others. And it does take time, and it's not simple. But there are lots of other people who are doing this, and people we can learn from and take that forward rather than what at the moment looks to be a too difficult file. Diolch.
Can I take the 2 others as well, and then that will allow Tim to respond to everything together.
Thank you, Chair. Martin Donnelly, new member from Swansea and Brecon. I want to first of all to say a big thank you to everyone who's produced this piece of work. I think it's really valuable. And just 2 comments. One, I want to take away the challenge that the culture issue is for all of us all the time. And we just cannot ever forget that, because these issues cannot be left to others. And you can never complete the culture change. It's always got to continue. And the second one is just to ask about follow-up. I think it's very valuable that the group is meeting again in the autumn. And I wonder whether we can, in some way that seems most appropriate, have at least an annual review together of how we are doing, what new areas may be coming up to challenge us, and how we try to be proactive in managing them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
John Sadler, co-opted member. One thing from the Monmouth report, it said, we've been talking a lot about culture. It said that the prevalence of swearing and excessive intake of alcohol among bishops and senior clergy was commented upon by several witnesses in their evidence to us, and by the Bishop of Monmouth himself in his evidence both to Mr. Elias and to the HR business partner. I was just wondering about an update on what this culture is today, whether it's still that case, and what's being done about it.
Bishop Gregory. I have made no link whatsoever.
Gregory Cameron, Bishop of St. Asaph, ex officio. I'll resist the temptation to attempt answering John's comments, but I'm sure Tim can speak on behalf of the bench of bishops. We're a much more sober lot, I assure you, these days. I'm very grateful to the chair of the implementation group for this report, and indeed for the comments of the Archbishop about the Dignity Charter and the need for further work to be done on it. The words of the Charter are very fine indeed and aspirational, but they will remain aspirational words unless there is a clear plan of implementation, clear lines of accountability, particularly for those in senior office, and accessible processes by which concerns may be raised and resolved. I also notice that in the original recommendation, the production of a dignity charter was recommended, but also the development of a training package to go with that. So implementation, accountability, processes of raising concerns and resolution, and a training package. I wonder whether Tim could say a little bit more about when that work will be achieved and who will be undertaking it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So first of all, thanks very much for your comments and feedback on the activities of the report. I'll pick up on some of the themes that were raised in the questions there. Quite rightly, we were challenged there about how do we make this visible? How do the people in our communities and our congregations feel what it is that we are doing? Some things I have to be honest about, I think, are perhaps more backroom procedures and processes. But I would very much hope that the way that people would see it is the way that if ever they needed to rely on those policies and those procedures, that the way they would be implemented would be far better than they have been hitherto. But then there are some very visible things in terms of the Dignity Charter. That's something tangible. But and I'll come back to that in a second. There is one thing that I've been continually reflecting on, though, is that whilst the Monmouth report highlighted things specifically for one diocese, the outputs of which very much relate to the whole province, to hopefully avoid a similar situation. But I'm very conscious that somehow I feel we need to be handing this back to Monmouth. This is where it started. So what does that hand back look like? What does that closing of the loop look like? And that's something that I want to be discussing with Bishop Cherry, as to how what does the diocese want from us in terms of, well, we've done our work, but how do we sort of hand this back? But that's not just to say this is Monmouth in isolation. It applies to us all. The cultural piece is a very interesting one. An old boss of mine used to say the best way to describe culture as being something that this is what happens around here. But actually, for us to assess culture and whether we're making an impact of it, that's how we all are. How do we interact with each other today? How did we interact with people last night? What do we do as a result of us being here for the next 2 days? We go back to our homes and our places of work. Culture is what we do. How do we do it? Yes, we could look at ways of how do we assess that. You can have cultural indices and things like that. But for me, the best way we do it is how do we actually interact day to day with our colleagues? And it's very difficult to actually make that a quantitative type approach. I think it is always going to be a more qualitative. I'm not going to stand here on the culture of the bench. I don't think I'm qualified to do that. But I think, once again, that's for you to all observe. That's for you to all understand. But the thing that I see about the bench is I think we have a very approachable people who really want to work with us and be part of us. And that's very much the impression and the reflections I've got of the bench. Having been used to working with senior teams in the past, I find this particular senior team as the most approachable and responsible team I've been involved with. And that's my reflection of the culture that they're generating. And finally, I'm very grateful for comments regarding the way that the Dignity Charter has been taken thus far. And I think I can work with Beck in the HR teams. Is there more that we can do in terms around things like training packages, because I think what I'm hearing is there's a desire to make this real, to make this alive. And if there's more that we can do to support that, I'm all for that. So thank you.
I'm wondering whether the chair of the Monmouth Review Implementation Group would like to take that dignity package issue to and consult the chair of the steering committee about taking it further. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
So thank you everyone on that. So that concludes agenda item 8. We're not asked to take any action further on that formally as the governing body. So we'll move now to agenda 9, which is question time. And you will have received in your pack the document listing 3 questions. So can I ask the proposers of the 3 questions to come forward and be ready here? Let me say that the current practice is that the questions will not be read out. The answers will be given, and then the questioner may make a brief comment after hearing the answer or ask one supplementary question. So the first question is from Mrs. Hannah Wilkinson, the Diocese of St. David's, which relates to email addresses. And I also need those who are answering to come forward if that's appropriate. And so the answer to this question will be given by our brand new Director of IT. So if you'd like to introduce yourself, please, sir.
Chair, Your Grace, members of governing body. A request was made by the diocesan secretaries to the RB's IT
Your
department.
name, sir. Mike, please give your name.
After 7 years, I should know. Mike Wakefield.
Okay. Thank you.
A request was made by the diocesan secretaries to the RB's IT department in 2020 to provide email addresses to all clergy. This was possible to deliver at no cost to the diocese because of the way that the Office 365 software licenses are provided to us. A list of clergy was provided by each diocese, and an Office 365 account, including the email address, was made available to every cleric on those lists. The IT department notified each cleric of the existence of the new account and provided access details. In addition, help desk services were made available to clergy to provide support for login issues or usage problems. The IT department is part of the RB and has no mandate to compel usage of the new account. As such, each diocesan bishop were free to determine how they wanted their clergy to use the new accounts. Some requested that clergy use their addresses as their professional point of contact. Others were content to let clergy do so on a voluntary basis. Usage therefore varies quite markedly across dioceses, as you can see in the table that's displayed behind me. The first column of the table shows the number of accounts that were created in each diocese. The second shows usage over a 30-day period to the 12th of April 2023. The figure in brackets provides a percentage of the total active accounts that were used in that time frame. And the final 2 columns show the volume of traffic received and sent by the active accounts, regardless of whether they were accessed by the users or not. If you aggregate the percentage, the top line figure is that 44% of Prince and Wales email accounts that have been provided to clergy have been used within the 30-day period. That leaves 56 that were inactive during that same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hannah, if you'd like to make a response to that.
Hannah Wilkinson, St David's Diocese. I'd like to thank you very much for looking into those figures. The question was actually asked by my husband, who was finding it quite difficult to contact some of his fellow clergy and wondering whether the Church in Wales email address system was making matters worse. Some people have openly admitted that they never use their email account, which we find a bit surprising. And also, he's finding much time is wasted trying to contact people and wondering what could be done about this, because multiple email addresses can make it quite difficult to contact people. And looking at those figures, there's some quite big discrepancies, and therefore was wondering whether it was worth having a diocese-based system or a system rather than a universal system. Thank you.
Do you want to respond to that, or do you want to just take that away and process later? Thank you very much. Thank you. So we now move to the second question, which has been asked by the Reverend Dr. Jonathan Wright, Diocese of Swansea and Brecon. This is relating to ordination and selection for ordination, and it will be answered by the Bishop of Monmouth. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Cherry Ban, Bishop of Monmouth, and the Bishop with the ministry portfolio. Thank you, Jonathan, for your question. I shall begin my answer by first outlining the process that candidates go through at provincial discernment panels. When candidates attend a provincial discernment panel, they are graded by each of the discerners with whom they meet individually and the chair of the discernment panel, with a grade between A to D. These individual grades are then collated and moderated by the provincial discernment panel to produce a final overall grade for each candidate, again ranging from A to D. An overall grade of either A or B indicates that the candidate either meets all of the discernment criteria or the vast majority of the criteria, and that the recommendation of the panel is that the candidate go forward for training. An overall grade of C or D indicates that the candidate does not meet the discernment criteria, and the recommendation of the panel is that the candidate does not go forward for training. However, the nature of the discernment process means that a candidate who was not recommended for training would be unlikely to receive this recommendation without a degree of nuance. Many candidates who are not recommended for training by the panel are deemed to have a discernible vocation, but at the time of discernment were not deemed to sufficiently meet the criteria, possibly due to lack of experience or personal circumstances. In these cases, the panel will note in the reports that are prepared for the bishops that such candidates could return to a future panel after a time of appropriate reflection, preparation, and demonstrable commitment to exploring their sense of calling. Equally, many candidates who are not recommended for training by the panel are not deemed to meet the criteria for ordained ministry, but might be thought to display the required qualities for another calling, for example, as authorised lay ministers. Once the panel has discerned their recommendations for each candidate and the reports have been prepared, it is then up to each of the diocesan bishops concerned to further discern what the next step will be for each candidate. The provincial discernment panel has always acted in a purely advisory capacity, and bishops may, at their discretion, accept or reject the panel's recommendations. In some cases, this has resulted in candidates who have not been recommended by the panel going forward for training. As this final decision rests with the individual bishops, records are not kept by either the chair or the coordinator to the provincial discernment panels about how many candidates who were not recommended then go on for further training and discernment at the St. Padans Institute. Anecdotally, we are aware of cases in recent years where candidates have been put forward for training against the recommendations of the panel. However, the lack of provincial records of these decisions, the movement and retirement of bishops, the change from St. Michael's College to the St. Padans Institute, and the necessary precautions not to risk potentially identifying individuals concerned means that we are unable to give a concrete figure for the time frame of the question. With regards to the total numbers of candidates who have been recommended to go forward for training by the Provincial Discernment Panel in the years 2013 to 2022, of the 187 candidates who were presented at panel, 141 were recommended for training. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Cherry. Jonathan, do you want to? He does.
Chair, we're left in a rather, I wish to make a short comment. We're left in the rather incredible position that no records are kept of what it should be one of the most important features of our human resource area of the church, who is put forward to ministry. This smacks of a lack of accountability of the bench and its decisions. Is the role of the Provincial Selection Board being held to account? Is it fit for purpose? Does it need reform? Or is it working really well? In looking at how these figures are put together, it would also be helpful to see if there is the bench are working collaboratively together, or whether in particular diocese the recommendations are regularly being ignored. I think it would be helpful for the future, and I understand that a piece of work is ongoing as to a reform of the process. If this figure was kept, at least so it could be in a way that didn't reveal the particular identities of candidates, could be reported to the governing body. Thank you.
Thank you. Bishop Cherry.
Thank you. I understood it was a comment rather than a question, so I won't attempt to answer the questions, but Jonathan and I have had a conversation about this already, and I have assured him that the new Director of Ministry Development has at the top of his priorities work ongoing with the Provincial Discernment Panel and the whole process of discernment to vocations, both to lay and ordained ministry.
Thank you very much. So our third question from Ms. Susan Fogarty of the Diocese of Bangor, which relates to the Evangelism Fund, inclusion and diversity, and this will be answered by the Archbishop.
Susan, thank you for your question. Really grateful to receive it. The Church of Wales voted at the meeting of the governing body in September 2021 to authorise the blessing of same-sex relationships following civil arrangements. This was a further step towards the inclusion described in this question and followed an earlier provision of prayers authorised by the bench in April 2016 for same-sex couples. We ought to note that for many LGBTQI+ Christians, this was too little and too late. For other Christians, it was too much and too soon. We should therefore be cautious when asserting the Church in Wales has a clearly stated position on inclusion and diversity. Those who worship in the Church in Wales take a range of views on issues of human sexuality, and the bishops have not sought to impose uniformity in this area. Christians often develop in their understanding of human relationships. What facilitates serious engagement is respectful conversation and the freedom to disagree well. These are critical conditions which allow people to develop and to change their views or even retain their convictions respectfully. The representative body is committed to working with the bishops towards a church in Wales which is well resourced to make new disciples who grow in their faith across the whole range of church traditions. Each diocese, when looking to establish new ministries or to provide new resources for existing ones, takes proper regard of the ethos and understanding of any organisation with whom we might work. This includes the Church Revitalisation Trust, who work to establish church plants in the UK. If I just may add one further comment which has been brought to me, Chair, after writing this, that the Bishop of St. Asaph informed me that in their discussions with CRT, they sought explicit assurances from them about inclusion they sought them and were given them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Susan, do you want to ask a question or make a comment? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Grace, and thank you, governing body, for this opportunity. I think that finally you answered the question and gave me the reassurance in your final comment with Bishop Gregory's obtaining from Hope Street Church that their explicit support for inclusion. And that's the reassurance that I was hoping for. So thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I don't think that needs a follow-up. So thank you very much to all those who asked questions. And of course, a reminder to everybody that there is this capacity each time we meet as governing bodies. If there's something gnawing at you, do get in touch with those who organise these things, and they will help you find a good way of proposing the question in a way that gets to the heart of the matter, so that we can actually have that response in the course of our governing body meeting. So that concludes agenda item 9, and so we turn forward to the Bench of Bishops report and questions to the bench. We have agenda 10, the document before you. The Archbishop will introduce the report, and then we will invite governing body to ask any questions about the report from him or other members of the bench.
Chair, thank you very much, Andrew, Archbishop. The report before you on agenda number 10 falls into 2 parts: a synopsis of material that has been on our agendas in the last period since we met, and also a breakdown of the portfolio responsibilities given to each of the bishops. I'm not going to recite or go through those synopses at all. I shall expect that you will have read, but we will, of course, as bishops, respond to any questions that you may have. Can I add one thing, which is that the pattern of meeting that the bench have committed itself to in the last year, I drew attention to this very briefly at the last time that we met, is important. We now meet on a much more regular basis. When we meet together over a 3-day period, we've committed ourselves for the first part of that time together, about a day and a half, to be praying, to be reading scripture, to be listening to one another about the joys and the sorrows of episcopal ministry. And that's a clear commitment that we're making to one another, to see ourselves as a bench, a group of people who belong to one another and to the church. We're taking responsibility for holding ourselves accountable to one another, but also investing in one another and in our ministries. That process of careful listening and of building each other up, I think, will be transformational in our life together. The second part of that 3-day is given to much more strategic work when we're joined by members of the national team, and we try to keep the focus on big picture material that we think is necessary and relevant to the Church in Wales. We also meet overnight for one 24-hour period in which the much more operational work, some of which is described in this report, is on our agenda. And we hope to keep that balance together so that we find ourselves taking responsibility for the broad direction of life within the Church in Wales, but inevitably giving ourselves time to deal with the business and the everyday concerns that we need to as bishops. In the light of that, please do be forthcoming. As before, I will hope that colleagues will be able to assist in any questions that you may have for us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. If those who would like to raise questions or make comments would like to come to the front on this side, please. Right. Who's going first? Well, one of you, please.
Chris Dearden, lay member, lay clerk, Bangor. I'm not sure what I'm about to ask has been gnawing at me, Chair, but I'll ask it anyway. If through you, I could thank the Archbishop for the insight which he's given into the way that the bench of bishops is working together at the moment. And I would say to the bench that never underestimate just how important it is that they work together as a close and well-functioning and cooperative and collaborative team. One thing I wanted to just, I suppose, run past you. We heard earlier that the Standing Committee is to start publishing its minutes. It's something the representative body already does, as does the governing body, of course, ourselves. I'm not aware that the bench does, or even if any minutes are taken. There's obviously parts of your meetings which are not appropriate to be minuted, perhaps. But I wondered if it was worth asking if the bench would consider producing more expansive details of what it's discussed than simply the report which we get at a governing body. Whether it's worth considering that, or perhaps if we'll end up in a situation like that children's programme Sesame Street from back in the day, which had a feature. 3 of these kids are doing the same thing. One of these kids is doing its own thing. I'll take an answer from any of the bench, or from Cookie Monster, or from Big Bird.
Yes, I'll take the liberty of chipping in from here that when I supported the work of the Bench of Bishops in Southern Africa, they issued a sort of narrative press release just to let the province as a whole be aware of what was on their hearts and minds, and that was found quite useful. So I just toss that in.
Do you want me to respond now?
Would you like to, or would you like to take more comments?
No, I'll respond to that immediately, if I may. That sounds a sensible suggestion that we will take to the bench for discussion.
Thank you very much.
Andrew Lightbourne, elected clergy, Monmouth Diocese. Thank you very much, and thank you for the transparency of your report, both in the narrative comment and in the list of who does what, so to speak, and where there's obviously gaps of who's not doing things at present. But just reading this and listening to the presidential address and so on, there is something that's slightly nagging at me. And I know the whole bench is implicitly committed to issues of socio-economic justice and the poor in this land, but it doesn't feel very explicit. So in the list of responsibilities, we've got specifically responsibility for the environmental issue, for the evangelism bid and so on, but the poor and the socially economic disadvantaged aren't explicitly referenced. Is there a way of bringing that implicit commitment that I know you all have to make it more explicit, so that in things like the evangelism bid, in all of our policy making and around the environmental issue, the poor, the socially economically disadvantaged, the voiceless aren't forgotten, but they sit somewhere near the top, and we just remind ourselves at all time that we are a church that cares deeply about the poor and perhaps even has a bias towards the poor.
Thank you so much for that question. That seems to me eminently sensible. I will again also take that back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Hannah Rowan, co-opted member for Monmouth Diocese. Thank you very much for the report and to all the bench. I'd like to say something briefly and then ask a couple of questions in relation to the section around relationships of power and vulnerability in church-based contexts. And it came out of recommendation 6.6 from the Monmouth Review Implementation Group. But my question is broader than that, in that I think it's a question for us as a province as a whole. I'm very mindful that it can be very uncomfortable to talk about power within the church. It can feel very difficult. But being accountable for how we manage power dynamics is deeply, deeply important. And I think we should be leaders in this field as a church. And so I welcomed the nuance of the description of those who can be vulnerable in a church context, and was interested to see that you've commissioned the doctrinal commission to look into the practical theology position around this. I am interested also in how this has affected our systems, or how it will affect our systems. And linked to that, I'd like to understand if we have a clear sense of the areas of vulnerability in our church activities as a whole. And I'd like to just give one small example for that, which is that there are power imbalances inherent in some good and necessary elements of church life. And I'm going to use formation for ministry as an example. And I suppose my question is, what are we doing at a system level to ensure that those with the least power are able to raise concerns without fear over how that might affect their future? And I think it links to the question around culture, because quite often there's a difference between, I think, as Tim said, how things really are around here and what the policies look like. So really welcome the nuance of the comment that you've given, the recognition that power imbalances exist and that we're accountable for managing them, and would like to know a little more about what's practically happening in relation to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I wonder whether there is anything that Bishop Cherry might like to say about the way in which, well, anything really.
I'm not managing to catch her eye.
More seriously, I think the way in which we now expect respectful engagement between incumbents and curates, and the way in which relationships are being managed from the training institute up. And then I'll have something to say, Cherry, perhaps more broadly than that, but perhaps you might want to say something about that in the first instance.
Thank you, Hannah. I mean, this is a really difficult one, isn't it? And I think we've mentioned culture a number of times today, and various people in this room have made really important comments and observations. It's something that we have to be mindful of all the time. There's not a quick fix or even a long-term fix. It's something we have to be attentive to continually, and particularly those of us who hold positions of power and responsibility within the church. I think it's an ongoing discussion, really. I don't have any answers particularly, but I think the fact that you've raised the question is really important and something that we need to continue to look at. And perhaps it's another thing that we as a bench need to pay attention to. It isn't just the bishops, of course. There are plenty of other people in the church that hold power over others. I think it's probably true to say, and the Monmouth Review highlights it, the Monmouth report highlights it, that we've not been very good at either recognising it or indeed addressing it. So I think your question is really timely, and we will be looking at that as a bench and looking at how we can address that systematically in an ongoing way that's not just a kind of statement or one response, but is an ongoing attentiveness to your concern, which we should all be concerned about.
Could I also say thank you, Hannah? I think that was a very, very relevant and important question. We haven't been systematic about this, and that's partly because I think we're discovering as we journey different things that we hadn't thought of. Let me just add two things more. First of all, the Dignity at Work Charter, which has been very helpfully referenced by the chair of the Standing Committee, and I made mention of it in my own address. I think it's really important, as the Bishop of St. Asaph encouraged us, to be really quite systematic in the way in which we work through the implications of that charter, because that both brings levels of accountability that we've not seen before, perhaps, but also affects culture. We do, of course, have an RB policy on whistleblowing as well, and I think that there is something to be developed further there, again, in order to give outlets and valves, but also to change the culture and to redefine and reframe the way in which engagement and relationships take place within the life of the church. But I think my takeaway from your question is to perhaps invite the Standing Committee to think more thoroughly and more comprehensively about the range of activities, and to make sure that it's sufficiently comprehensive and deep in order to be fit for purpose. So thank you for that. There's some takeaway from this. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Peter.
Your Grace, Chair and members, Peter Lewis, elected in Llandaff for the moment. A quick question really about the allocation of jobs for the bishops. I really understand, having chatted to a number of you recently, that the amount of work that you have to do at a provincial level is huge, in addition to the diocesan role. But as one of the clergy in the South East Wales Deaf Church Association, I noticed that the deaf church is at the bottom of the list of areas which bishops need to oversee. And I just wanted to bring to our attention in the governing body, but particularly to the bench of bishops as you try and allocate that role, that we're in a bit of tension really in Wales with all the deaf communities of really needing some insight that brings us all together. And I think within that particular role of overseeing the deaf communities, there's real opportunity for doing something, maybe even related to some of the funds of money which are going to come aboard, that we can really encourage people within the deaf and hearing community to understand how God is working within lives in that group of people. So as a recommendation that whoever's going to take that position, that you work maybe with some of the people who are very disparate around the different areas of Wales to try and move forward in a really positive way. Thank you.
Peter, thank you so much. I think what we'll do is we'll take that to bench and wonder whether or not there may be some CMD opportunity here for the whole church. Thank you. It's a really important question.
Your Grace, Chair, two specific questions. The first, as I note in the section on bishops' advisors and staff structures, that 3 additional directors are going to be appointed in the areas of public affairs, strategic communications and mission. When I arrived in where I minister presently, there were 5 stipendiary clergy. There are now 2. I wonder how, as we hollow out the number of clergy on the ground in stipendiary ministry, how these 3 new directors are going to help us re-engage and grow. And secondly, given that one bishop is currently on extended sick leave, how is that bishop's portfolio managed by the rest of the bench?
Yes.
Ian Black, Dean of Newport, nominated Dean. Actually, that's the kind of question I was wanting to pick up on, the final point that's just been made, and that is that looking through the portfolio allocations, clearly there is one bishop who's on extended sick leave, but there are also other areas that are not allocated, and we've heard of one, the chaplain to the deaf. We've heard of some absences, which you're going to take and discuss. My question is, how are you addressing the areas that's not currently allocated, or where there are vacancies in, or where work's not being picked up at the moment? How is that impeding the work streams that flow from these portfolio allocations? And how are you as the bench addressing that and taking that forward? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Ian. In relation to that last point, which you both alluded to, I asked the bench if they were happy with me taking Bishop Joanna's responsibility around climate, and spent a good part of my presidential address thinking about the way in which we can respond well to issues of climate, the new climate change hub, and we'll be doing an awful lot, as I mentioned, in 2024 in relation to that. So that's sort of navigated its way into my portfolio very happily. The truth is that sometimes the bishops are so busy and so needing to balance the provincial as well as the diocesan work that sometimes we just have to press pause. That's the honest answer. And if we find things that come our way that are an emergency, we will deal with them. But inevitably, if there are things that are of a more developmental character, I'm afraid they are just put on pause until we can get ourselves into a place where we can do something well with them. Jonathan, we don't anticipate the number of clergy decreasing. In fact, we need our clergy on the ground, and we are planning a future with as many clergy as the church can afford. Some of the appointments that you referenced are replacement. We remember Carol Wardman and her role. There's been a change of title, but the role is essentially intact, and so is a like for like. One of the things that we've seen, I think, as life has become more complex, is that we do need levels of support as bishops, as well as for the church more broadly, which have been absent from our life. So I do expect that these appointments around, for example, CMD, around the way in which we generate effective communications in a digital age, and the way in which we engage with our governments, all of these are really significant challenges, and they're beyond, not the ken, but they're beyond the work capacity, I think, of the bishops to deliver well on them. So we need the kind of support that these officers will bring. And I think that we will all see improvements in each of those areas as a consequence.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to comment or raise a question in relation to the report from the Bench of Bishops? So, one more coming.
Caroline Woolard, elected lay Monmouth. Chair, Your Grace, a very quick question on the faculty review system. I suspect faculties are close to all our hearts in one way or the other. I know it's very early days, but do we have any sense of whether or not this work has started yet, and when you're anticipating the review to be completed?
Thank you very much. We had to delay till 2024 because we wanted to access the services of course, Professor Norman Doe, and he wasn't available until 2024, but he's committed himself within that year to a completion of the report. We don't have more details yet. It will depend on how thorough, how deep the work. I suspect it will be a substantial piece of working, aided by the property department within the Church in Wales, and by others as well. We expect this to be not a light touch, but a really deep piece of work, because we're conscious of how challenging and sometimes frustrating the issue of faculties is for the life of the church. We want to get it right.
Thank you.
Your Grace, bench members of the governing body, Andrew Sims, Llandaff Diocese. I suppose this is an emerging thing that as different people have spoken about issues that are particularly close to their hearts. I'm thinking that are some of the titles of the specialisms that the bench are working with fit for purpose? Because the church as a whole, I think, is profoundly committed to working with all sorts of communities with very specific needs and who are different in all sorts of different ways. And that maybe what we need to be thinking about is a bigger picture of inclusion and somebody whose specialism is around the broader picture of protected characteristics and what those mean, because there are many protected characteristics. And I think it's about trying to work out how we're responding positively to each of those, and to avoid kind of the sticking plaster of trying to respond to groups as they come and say, well, what about us, please? And I just think maybe that's something that the bench might like to consider in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. That's really helpful. A review of the portfolios takes place regularly, but you've pointed out yet another gap. And so we'll go back to that and have a look at it. Thank you.
Kate O'Sullivan, clergy, Monmouth Diocese. This goes back to Hannah's comments about sort of good practice, good culture. And I suppose the thing I would like to flag is that the Dignity Charter is great. But unless it's adopted by ministry area councils, it's in a really serious way, it's going to be useless. I also think that our policies need to acknowledge the fact that it's easy to assume that the person that is being bullied and the person that is holding power is ordained, because actually sometimes they're not. Sometimes it is the clergy who are being bullied and who go into an area where they don't actually hold the power. They do legally, but not in terms of the culture. And that's a very difficult thing. And I'm sure if I asked around this room who amongst the clergy who has felt bullied, a lot of hands might go up. And I've seen it in my previous diocese as well. And I think this is something that really needs addressing. There needs to be a way of saying to those, well, giving clergy a space where they can say, I'm being bullied. I'm not a pathetic, weak person, but I'm being bullied. And for that to be taken seriously and for there to be some kind of consequence to those who are bullying.
Thank you, Kate, very much. That's really helpful. And if it hasn't yet happened, it will. But I know that when we looked at this charter, we did ask that it does end up on the agendas of all MACs. So either via the bishop's offices or directly from the RB, we should expect to find it in the next period of time very quickly as an urgent item for ministry area councils, mission area councils to look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Grace, and I'm not seeing anybody else coming forward now, so we have reached 1 o'clock, the conclusion of agendum item 10. We will be reconvening at 2 o'clock with His Honour Judge Andrew Kaiser, KC, taking the chair for session 3 in agendum 11. As we break for lunch, it has been suggested to me that I abuse the power of the chair by asking Bishop Mary if she would say grace for us. Diolch yn fawr, Mary. Thank you very much.
Gweddïwn, let us pray. Holding in our hearts the hungry, the poor, and the oppressed, we ask God's blessing on the food that we will share. We ask God to give us a hunger for justice, a thirst for fairness, and a deep awareness of the blessings we enjoy. In Christ's name, amen.
Amen. So please be back in time for our 2 o'clock session. Thank you.
Are we quorum? Have we got a bishop here? Yes, we have a bishop.
definitely quorum.
So we are
Clearly
quorum.
quorum.
Is the microphone on?
Yes.
Should be.
Here and if there was.
Art, as we are quorate and already over time. The next item, Agenda 11, is to consider the report of the Electoral College Review Working Group. And I shall call in the first instance on the Reverend Canon Jan Gould to introduce the report.
Archbishop Chair, members of governing body, Jan Gould, elected cleric from the Diocese of Llandaff. I will be proposing the motion, but before I do, Dean Nigel Williams, who chaired the Electoral College Review Working Group, will introduce the report itself to you.
Thank you, Jan. Archbishop, Chair, members of the governing body, Nigel Williams, Dean of St Asaph and non-member of the governing body. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce the Electoral College Working Group's report. Many of you will remember a similar report was presented to the governing body in September 2019 in Swansea, prepared by a previous iteration of the working group. As the opening pages of the report you have before you explain, last year the Standing Committee commissioned a second working group to make further recommendations in the light of comments made by members of the governing body during the 2019 debate and queries and comments made by others since. As you will see from page 2 of the report, our recommendations here support many of the previous working group's recommendations, but we reached different conclusions in some significant areas. Also, our recommendations were able to reflect some of the points of learning picked up from the pandemic and its impact on how we are now able to meet online as well as in person. This report represents a further development of the recommendations made by the previous working group, and I would like to acknowledge the excellent work undertaken by that group, led by the Reverend Canon Stephen Kirk. That group did the hard work and allowed our working group to have a much simpler task. Like the previous reports, we recommend a two-stage process, comprising a preparatory stage during which the vacancy is advertised, followed by an election. During the preparatory stage, the vacancy would be advertised as widely as possible and applicants required to submit standardized paperwork. Applicants will then be shortlisted. We envisage the shortlisting being undertaken by a small committee, which we have renamed the Shortlisting Committee. The Electoral College will then meet to discuss and discern the shortlisted candidates. The working group agreed that as a principle, bishops should continue to be elected, and advertising the role publicly, rather than relying on nominations as we have done, is a much more desirable, fair, and transparent arrangement. The Electoral College will have the opportunity on the first day of the college gathering to meet the shortlisted candidates. Pages 12 and 14 of the report set out the details here. We also recommend that the general structure and arrangements of the Electoral College, including its makeup, remain largely as currently constituted. But we have reached different conclusions in a number of important areas. We are aware that there were some aspects of the previous report's recommendations which gave some cause for concern, and we hope our new proposals address these. I'll work briefly through the most significant of those areas. Firstly, the shortlisting of candidates. We recommend that it is the Electoral College which appoints the shortlisting committee. In the previous reports, this task fell to the Standing Committee, and in an earlier iteration of the report, to the Bench of Bishops. The working group felt that the Electoral College, having the responsibility for this, retained the college's position as the body within the Church in Wales for dealing with the election of bishops. It is control of the whole process. We recommend the shortlisting committee consists of a slightly different membership than that recommended previously, but they will be members of the Electoral College. The working group did not support the conclusion of the previous working group, where the membership of the shortlisting committee, then named the preparatory committee, was drawn from outside the Electoral College. A prefatory meeting of the Electoral College, making use of our newly established proficiency with video conferencing technology, will appoint the shortlisting committee. This will also be an opportunity for any other details about the operations of the college to be worked through. Cross-membership between the shortlisting committees and the Electoral College mean that there is no longer a need for a facilitator, a role which was quite a significant one within the previous working group's proposals. The details of the shortlisting committee and its membership are set out on pages 6 and 7 of the report. You will see from page 10 that the working group feels all the candidates should apply. This may seem incongruous, but it will mean a release from this often rather artificial pretense of candidates having to be seen as being somehow bashful of feeling that they have the gift to be a bishop and seeking the role. It will, of course, still allow suitable candidates to be encouraged by others to apply. But ultimately, it will be up to the candidate themselves to submit their application. The previous report included provision for the shortlisted candidates to visit the vacant diocese as part of a series of pre-arranged visits. This, in effect, made the shortlist public. The working group felt this was not necessary and would prefer that the shortlisted candidates did not come, the shortlist itself did not come to public attention via a programme of visits. If candidates wished to discreetly visit the diocese, as already happens behind the scenes, they would be free to do so, but no structured visits should be arranged. The working group has also simplified the construction of the diocesan profile. We suggest that this is formed of a series of documents which include the latest diocesan annual report, which will provide the facts and figures of the diocese, supported by a series of short statements prepared by the Diocesan Standing Committee and the diocese elected members of the governing body. The details of our proposals here are set out on pages 8 and 9 of the report. The working group has made some slight alterations to the recommendations relating to the ballots and the election of the bishop-elect. The previous report suggested that on the final day of the college, it may decide to conclude the final ballot by simple majority, rather than the two-thirds majority, having removed the lowest scoring candidates in each of the previous ballots on the final day. The working group felt this arrangement should be an option open to the college rather than being a hard and fast requirement. It may be, in some circumstances, that this would be a helpful provision, but in others, simply unfair and unnecessary. This is therefore retained, but only as an option. The details are on pages 15 and 16 of the report. Perhaps the most significant recommendation of the working group made for the Electoral College is towards the end of the report. Currently, responsibility for appointment would pass to the bench of bishops, but the working group was conscious that this was quite a task to pass to the bishops, even though they have a good track record, and recommends that if the college concludes with no decision being made, a second run takes place, with the decision only going to the bench if the second college also ends with no decision. You will find the details on page 17. This is obviously quite a break, but it would ensure that we pursue an election as assiduously as possible. We do not propose any significant changes to the arrangements for the election of the Archbishop of Wales. And basically, this mirrors the recommendation for episcopal elections. We have inserted one detail which relieves the president of the responsibility of chairing the college. This is because it is highly likely the president of the Archiepiscopal College will be a candidate. Taking away this responsibility will help the president focus on being a candidate and the stresses and strains that come with it. We recommend it as an option for episcopal colleges, but we recommend it substantively for the Archiepiscopal College. The details are on page 19 of the report. Finally, the working group felt strongly that electors should receive training for their task. This is to ensure they are conversant with the procedures and the operations of the college, but also to make sure they are properly equipped to undertake their task of discernment. We have been deliberately vague as to what this training should involve and how it should be arranged, but recommend that training is put in place. This is a broad overview of the report. I will now hand back to Canon Gould, who will formally propose the motion to the governing body.
Thanks, Nigel. I've been present at a number of electoral colleges, and I'm very pleased to propose the report to the governing body and the developments that it recommends. Nigel has talked about the report itself. I would like to talk about the impact of some procedural innovations which the electors participating in the electoral college that was held in January in Llandaff employed. These were along the lines of some of the measures recommended in the report and what were permitted within the current constitutional framework. In advance of the college, the electors met online and agreed to make some innovations to the usual process to try to find a way where candidates could be sought widely and fairly. So nominations were received in a uniform way. Electors were provided with nomination information in advance of the college, so we had time to prayerfully consider it. And the first day of the college was used to create a short list of candidates it wished to meet and interact with on the second day. A notice was posted in the Church Times inviting nominations with a deadline for these to be submitted. Nomination information was then sent out to the electors, and therefore by the time the college gathered in the cathedral, we had a clear set of candidates from which nominations could be made. With clear and consistent information. And by the end of the first day of the college, we had a short list of candidates. We met with those candidates on the second day of the college for an hour's worth of interactions. And by the end of the second day, we had made an election. And almost as importantly, the college had felt like a much more relaxed and positive experience. None of the feelings of despair or trauma that some electors have felt after previous colleges. Staff asked for feedback from the electors afterwards, and this was very positive, with a few helpful observations. But importantly, electors felt the innovations that we employed led to a process that felt much fairer and less fraught. The important point to note here is that the Electoral College is the Church in Wales body to elect its bishop, and it is a good spirit-led system. But it can work so much better. The process we used in Llandaff this past January demonstrated that with better information, with consistent information, and with more time to digest that information, then better discernment is possible. We made a process work in January. The report's recommendations provide us with an even more thorough and systemic means to achieving this, something built into our structure. The report also ensures the primacy of the Electoral College as the body in control of the entire nomination and shortlisting process, as well as the election itself. I'm very pleased to propose this motion to you. Finally, the governing body is aware that there is already a bill in progress to make the necessary changes to the Constitution. This is currently in select committee stage and will be debated at the GB meeting in September. Details of the bill and its supporting papers are available on the Church in Wales website. The backers of the bill are listening to today's debate, which will inform onward work. You have until the 10th of May to propose any amendments to the bill, which will be considered then by the select committee. I do encourage you all to please engage with that process. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion as proposed then is that the governing body amends the September 2022 report of the Electoral College Review Working Group. I formally second the motion from the chair. In a moment, I'll call people to speak as the motion is now open for debate. When I do so, with those who wish to speak, please come forward on either side of the hall. In the interest of efficiency, when the queue on both sides has expired, I shall not issue any further invitation to speak. Please will those speaking remember to identify themselves, including their surnames, when they begin. Can I mention 2 points? First, would speakers be kind enough to confine themselves to matters of principle and procedure and avoid reference to individuals involved in previous electoral colleges or to any specific things done or believed or supposed to have been done within the confidential stages of previous electoral colleges. Second, the point that Canon Gould has touched upon, this is not a legislative motion. There is, heard and know, a bill currently before Select Committee, which will in due course come for consideration by the full governing body. Things said and done in this meeting will not themselves affect the text of the bill. Strictly speaking, it is open to members to propose amendments to the motion. For example, that we commend the report, except for recommendations such and such. It's a matter for members, but they may think that it is more sensible and proportionate not to get involved in that. Any concerns that people have about specific matters can be voiced in the course of debate. These matters will be known to the backers of the bill and will be put before Select Committee. There is opportunity to make representations to Select Committee by the 10th of May and to propose amendments to the bill if Select Committee isn't already minded to make any amendments. And the bill itself will come before governing body in due course for debate. So with those wishing to speak, please come forward. Yes, Archdeacon.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the governing body, Mike Comore, Llandaff. I think with the exception of the most recent election appointment to Brecon, I've been at the electoral colleges that have taken place in the province for the last 15 years. And it was my privilege to have been involved in the recent election to Llandaff, already referenced by Canon Jan. And those of you who, like me, have been at previous elections experiences will know exactly what she was talking about when she spoke about the difference in atmosphere in the most recent election process. And for me, that was almost entirely down to the fact that those who were present were so much better informed and prepared in relation to the candidates. And from my perspective, anything that we can do to increase our level of understanding of candidates is going to lead almost automatically to better decisions. And so I support absolutely the principles underlying reform. That's not to say it's necessarily perfect. In fact, I have some questions about it myself, but the process and the principles, absolutely. And of course, it still does allow the dioceses to innovate in their own particular context. One of the things we did, for example, at this year was to have a diocesan-wide consultation. Every ministry area, every ministry area was invited to respond to a series of questions. What are you looking for in your new bishop in terms of leadership, pastoral care, spirituality, and so on? And those answers, those responses fed directly into the diocesan profile that was created. It all helps to build this body of information, but as I say, hopefully enables us under God's guidance, because he's still part of this, no matter how detailed we make the process, under God's guidance to make the best decision and the best discernment process that we can have. So I support the bill, and thank you to those who've worked so hard in bringing it to this stage.
Thank you, Chair. Members of governing body, James Henley, Diocese of Monmouth. I wanted to second the Archdeacon's thanks to all those who have played a part in the current working group and previous iterations of the Electoral College working group. It's a matter of such importance to our lives as a church, but also real sensitivity as well, and so can't have been an easy process, and I know it's one that has taken a number of years, but as they have been set out for us, the recommendations in the report, I think it's all very much good common sense and sets out a really helpful way forward for us. I simply have two questions seeking clarification. Really, one more general, one slightly more specific. The first relates to those recommendations in the review group's report, which do not relate directly to the constitution of the Church in Wales and therefore are not included in the content of the proposed bill. How will those be appropriately written into the policy of the Church in Wales, if you like, to enable electoral colleges going forward to make use of them? And who will have the power to change and or amend them? My understanding of the current situation as things stand with the bill as drafted is that essentially each electoral college would be able to decide in its preparatory meeting whether it wants to make use of those recommendations or whether it wants to do something different to those things which have been recommended in the report that's before us. And is that what we would like to happen, if that makes sense? And then the second is the more specific question. There's a recommendation in the report that no candidate under consideration for the role of diocesan bishop would be able to serve on that electoral college. What happens if a candidate is a current diocesan bishop who is seeking translation? Would the same rule apply, or does there need to be a clause that covers that situation if and when it might arise? Thank you.
Thank you. On this side, please.
Chair, Archbishop, governing body, Dan Priddy, elected St David's Diocese. I would like to start by thanking the members of the working group for their report and the effort that's gone into it. I know it's not an easy topic to look at, and working on the previous recommendations and refining them rather than starting completely from scratch is very positive. I've been to a number of electoral colleges, and I wish these recommendations had been in place for the processes I went through. I definitely fall into the category of very difficult and painful experiences at the electoral college. There are three recommendations, though, that I would like to pick up on more specifically. The first being recommendation 7. This is, I think, the one recommendation within the report that I would strongly object to. I know I'm not the only one concerned about the concept of a shortlisting committee, and I think in this format it is vastly improved on the shortlisting committee that was previously recommended. However, I feel it still puts a large amount of power into a smaller group of people. Yes, it's a benefit that they are members of the electoral college, but my observation would be, is it really necessary? Yes, to be there to ensure the post is properly advertised and that shortlists are received and in the correct format and all the candidates are eligible. However, does it need to then scope that number of people down to a smaller group? We already have the provision in recommendation 14 that on day 3, candidates with the lowest number of votes can drop out of contention, and therefore the ability of an electoral college to whittle down its own group on the day seems a far better way to shortlist than moving that power into a smaller group of people. One question I would have on recommendation 14, though, however, is you said that the electoral college can deviate from this, so therefore choose not to whittle down final candidates on day 3. However, it doesn't say how this would be achieved. Is it a simple majority, or is it a 2/3 as with other elements of the electoral college? Secondly, recommendation 11. I think this is most welcome, and moving the electoral college away from being poorly informed on candidates already sounds like it's had a positive benefit. I can't think of any employer who employs people without even having met them. I think that's a good benefit, and the inclusion of delivering a homily is a well-received addition. Finally, in recommendation 19, I have a slight concern with the recommendation around the archiepiscopal election, but cannot think of a workable solution. So I leave that to brighter brains than me. I feel there's a risk with bishops being able to self-deselect. There's a possibility of the bench being able to remove the power of the electoral college by deselecting all but one candidate. I'm sure brighter people can think of the suitable provision here. Obviously, we don't want to force bishops into a role that they do not want to pick up, but I feel there's a risk of having a lame duck electoral college with only one candidate, and therefore bringing a body together with all that provision to look at one shortlisted candidate. I'm sure someone can think of something there. I support the provision, but really to ask the role of a shortlisting group be re-examined. Thank you.
Paul Murray, Swansea and Brecon elected, and the Electoral College. Can I reiterate what Canon Jan said earlier about the success of last election at Llandaff? Certainly the preparatory meetings were of enormous benefit, and to be able to arrive at the college fully briefed was much benefited. I don't want to nitpick on the recommendations, but I would ask the governing body to extend it as it stands. When we met in Swansea and debated this the last time, I was probably one of the most vociferous objectors to it. My concern the shortlisting being taken out of the hands of the Electoral College. Here, the Electoral College will appoint the short committee. So your Electoral College members appointed by your diocese representing you will have an influence on the shortlisting. That can only be good. I'm not concerned about numbers because I don't think there will be a massive uptake on applications to be a bishop. I think it's probably mad if they do anyway, but I can't see that being a major issue. So that certainly made my objection overridden. I think to have shortlisted candidates not members of the Electoral College is most beneficial. And it's most beneficial to the individual. I think nominated candidates sitting within an Electoral College can be very hurt. I've experienced that. I do not like it. I think by taking them out of the system completely, they will just know whether they've been successful or not successful. The other issue I had was the balloting, where in excellent work, the committee suggested that the lowest candidate be dropped. I was concerned that you could end up with 3 candidates polling very similar votes, and that we could lose possibly a compromise candidate. At least in this system, on day 2, we can look at it, and I think there is a natural dropping of a candidate. And I think those who have sat on electoral colleges will understand the dynamic, that these are natural things that happen. And even the fact that the Electoral College makes its own rules, we become a close-knit group during those days. Not only during the day of the college, but during the evenings, having meals together and talking. And I think as a group, I think that will work, and they will decide whether to drop candidates. And my final comment is on the confidentiality agreement, which I know was broken on the Llandaff election, because I was told of the number of votes a particular candidate had within hours of it being taken. And so bringing the members of the Electoral College into the disciplinary tribunal is essential. And I think that anybody who goes to an Electoral College and can't keep their mouth shut. Thank you.
Peter Lewis, elected cleric, Llandaff. Members. I was on the last electoral college as well, and it was a really good experience, but particularly thank you to Simon and the Archbishop for managing changes, which make it a really enjoyable process. But one of the things that we talk about, and Dr. Heather Payne isn't here today, but we chatted at length in some of the meetings in the diocese electoral college that we had, was how do we encourage people from the church in Wales to be able to be looked at as possible candidates. So section 11 in the report does mention that quite specifically, but it doesn't give any details. It says we welcome that somebody is doing something about encouraging senior leadership, but it doesn't give any more details. So I just wondered if somebody can inform the governing body what is that procedure that's taking place to give more opportunity for a flourishing of leadership from within the Church in Wales. Thank you.
Richard Wood, elected Bangor, Archbishop Chair, members of the governing body. In addition to what James said about elements of this that won't be covered by the Constitution, it'd be interesting to see how that's worked out. I think much of this applies to that. 5 brief points. One, I think a possible oversight. The report makes no mention of how the Electoral College itself is formed, is elected. I do not believe that we currently have a standardised application of process across the province for that. So that process could and perhaps should be reviewed and then uniformly applied across the province. The potential deliberate omission. The retained process for the appointment of assistant bishops, and this is very much not a comment on current or recent holders of that post. There's a concern that I have about how assistant bishops, once they're in post, have concerns about the future when a diocesan bishop may move on. So potential to consider that as well. And then a disagreement that I have, that for application, not nomination. To me, this feels like a response to an unhelpful diversity of supporting biographical and supporting material for candidates. Bishops are called by God from within the church, and the church should be proactive in that. I think that nomination is an important cultural aspect of candidates for election as a bishop. Nomination with good process should be able to solve the problem. I disagree that it should be application rather than nomination. A disappointment that the sermon to be given, which I think is a wonderful addition, beyond a set text. Part of the process of sermon preparation can and perhaps should include this sermon of the passage on which to preach. I see no reason for it to be a set text. And lastly, a concern. The possibility, and I think this echoes James's point, the possibility of the Electoral College setting rules for the preparatory meeting and process, of which the church at large is unaware, and which can either change or become set in stone without opportunity for that to be considered. So 5 points, but I support the motion very much, and I look forward to engaging with the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. On my right.
Archbishop, Chair, members of the governing body, Mark Thomas, elected cleric, Swansea and Brecon. Just a very, very small point, which I think it's just to draw out something that's positively already there in recommendation 7, the comment about being mindful of diversity, equality and inclusion of Welsh-speaking candidates. I don't know anything about previous candidates in electoral colleges and stuff, but I was just wondering whether it'd be possible to make it explicit that ethnic diversity is included in that. My anecdotal understanding is that numbers of ethnically diverse clerics has been increasing, but I was just wondering if it would be possible for that to explicitly be mentioned in the wording.
Thank you.
Naomi Starkey, elected cleric, Bangor. A couple of the people over there have touched on this. I wanted to say a bit more about recommendation 22 and to warmly commend it, but to kind of say, I think this is such a matter of urgency that if we're wanting to grow leaders within the Church of Wales to then lead the Church of Wales, the work needs to start at the very beginning, kind of in the very first formational process
in selection for training and training for ministry before ordination, there's much talk of formation, but after that, it seems to be kind of a bit more voluntary. I don't know if that's quite the right term, but this sense of whether it's bishops or CMD or whatever, constantly looking out for ongoing formation of people who have a charism, a particular charism for leadership that could be extended in the wider church, particularly the use of the Welsh language, gender equality. We've just heard about different ethnic groups and so on. But this is something that needs to be happening now for the senior leaders of 15 years' time. And I think where that hasn't happened and things have been much more ad hoc, then there can be this sort of the difficult situation where there doesn't seem to be anyone obvious. And of course, there are many people out there, but maybe haven't had the formational process that they've needed to bring out their senior leadership potential. So recommendation 22, really, really good. Can this happen now? Thank you.
Richard Mulcahy, Diocese of Monmouth, co-opted Archbishop Chair Conference. Sorry, the last time I was in this room was the Trade Union Congress back in May. So if I call you comrades halfway through, just take that notice. I wanted to be brief in that I wholeheartedly support the report. I am not a member of the Electoral College, so I am in largely blissful ignorance of how it all works. The issue of shortlisting to me is so obvious as I wonder how it's taken so long to come to it, because nowhere else would you put out an advert and then just interview everyone who turns up, no matter what. I do think, however, that there needs to be some thought about the shortlisting committee, making sure that, again, there is consideration given to diversity, particularly of sex, gender, race, and so on, because at the moment, a group of 9 people or so could become very unbalanced very easily. The question of nomination against appointment, I see no reason why the Holy Spirit or members of a relevant church community could not tap someone on the shoulder and say, I think you should make an application for this post, and go from there. I think that simply a nomination process that we have at the moment is just too unwieldy. And finally, everybody seems to think it's a good idea for the candidates to give a short homily. Now, I'm not a full-timer, and so perhaps my sermons are not quite as well prepared as those who have more time to do them. But I seem to remember being told that a lecture at university was the way of getting information from the notes of the lecture, the notes of the students, without passing through the brain's viva. There's a danger that homily may not be the best approach. We should be thinking about the candidates talking about how they see the diocese, how they see their role in the diocese, how they see growing the diocese. On that basis, not a set text, but choosing one that seems appropriate, as I think Richard or one of the others suggested, might actually make more sense than saying, here you are, you've got the Good Samaritan, come up with something new.
Chair, members of the governing body, Jonathan Wright, elected cleric, Swansea and Brecon. 2 points. The first is with regard to key principle 2. I'd just like to question these, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to put these questions to the backers of the bill and for the opportunity for us to have engagement before we have to submit a letter with any potential amendment to it. The first is with key principle 2. What is merit? After considering Michael Sandel's really book on the tyranny of merit, I'd just like to unpack what you mean there, and whether actually it's a fool's errand to try and place candidates into a particular order of merit, whether there might be some nuance put to that phrase. The second is with regard to recommendation 7 and the statement of a minimum of 3 names shortlisted. I just wondered if you would comment on how you came to that number, whether actually a minimum of 6 to ensure, as we're asking for there to be a diversity and to include at least one Welsh speaker. I assume there's something particular behind that number. I'd be grateful if you could just unpack that a little bit. Thank you very
much. Ian Black, Dean of Newport, nominated Archbishop, fellow members of the governing body. It's recommendation 22 I want to refer to, which is about this continuing ministerial development schemes. And just a word of caution, and it is that while I fully support developing people for mission and ministry in the life of the church today and what we can't see of tomorrow, I think that's something that needs to be across the board. And there is a danger of creating a culture of how we train our next leaders for the next what's coming. And just remember, there's a God of surprises who has a fantastic sense of humour and calls people that we might not put on those development courses.
Thank you. Before I call on Canon Gould to exercise her right of reply, I'll just pick up on something that Richard Mulcahy said, taking the opportunity that I have. There seems to be great enthusiasm for this notion that candidates should give a homily. I don't get that. I've never understood that. That's partly, I think, because I have an innate repugnance to the idea that preaching should be turned into some kind of test. But perhaps more significantly, it seems to me to be a bad practical idea. The subjective responses of a group of electors to a particular short homily is very unlikely, I think, to be of a great deal of real use. It's probably far less useful than the reputation that someone has. Of course, it has the advantage that reputation is nebulous and has the appearance of being non-objective. But a reputation is far more likely to be useful than the subjective response to a single homily. But second, and perhaps more importantly, one of the best ways to make bad decisions is to place too much emphasis on things put in front of you immediately. That happens with interviews, incidentally, on which I think there's research. And the risk, I think, is that there'll be an excessive response to a well-received homily, which will queer the decision-making. So I just invite people to think more about that. Anyway, Canon Gould, or indeed Dean Williams.
Archbishop, Chair, members of governing body, I think a lot of the responses that have been going on, some have answered the questions that have already been raised, but just to respond to some of them. Each electoral college has already got the right to set its own regulations. It always begins in that way. So some of the recommendations that have been questioned is already part of the way the Constitution is written. I said that there isn't much of a change in that. I suppose the biggest change that can happen now is in the meetings that happen beforehand, the preparatory meetings online, where we can save a lot of time. Candidates with not being able to participate in the college, what happens if a bishop is nominated? We would recommend, for the sake of the candidate, that they are not present, even if they are already a bishop in the Church of Wales. It can be a very painful process to be there as part of the voting process in particular. So we would recommend that even if a bishop is nominated or applies, that they shouldn't be part. The reason for 3 candidates being recommended is the amount of time that the Electoral College has got to deliberate. It only has 3 days. The interaction isn't just in terms of a sermon. There was interaction for an hour with each candidate on the second day, as it turned out in the last college. There is an opportunity for that interaction to take place, and it will be in whatever form the college decides. A sermon is only one aspect of it. We felt strongly it should be a set text so that everybody was working on a level playing field. Nobody could use one that they prepared earlier, maybe. 2/3 on the final day was what we came up with, and we thought that should be the guiding principle, but allow the freedom for the college to be able to change if it feels necessary, which it has always had the right to do. And the senior leadership question, it is something that is a piece of work ongoing in the Church in Wales. We didn't feel we could comment any further on it. My understanding is that it is taking place at St Patrick's in consultation with the bench and also with the Ministry Development Officer, who is very new in post. So with those responses, I'm happy to respond to anything else I haven't covered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The motion then is that the governing body do commend the September 2022 report of the Electoral College Review Working Group. The decision is by simple majority of governing body. Would those in favour please show? Would those against show? Any abstentions? Two abstentions, none against. The motion is passed. That completes agendum 11. We are well ahead of schedule, and I'm told that coffee will not be advanced. Therefore, agendum 12 will begin, and I'll hand the chair to the very Reverend Dr. Sarah Rowland-Jones.
While the chair is changing, may I just note to people following along electronically that you would of course need to move into the next session in the Dropbox for the following item on the agenda. We are now moving to session 4 in the electronic papers.
Thank you to my predecessor in the chair. So session 4, agenda 12. And let me begin by clarifying what is a potential confusion. You have two documents that call themselves Report of the Standing Committee on Governance and Legal Matters. One is dated September 2022 and the other is dated April 2023. Those of us who were present in Newport last September will recall I was poised to take the chair for the consideration of the legal matter of September 2022 at the points that we realised that there was a significant news in relation to the health of Her Majesty the Queen, and of course we adjourned without completing our agenda there. So the first task before us is to take the outstanding matters that are arising from the report of the Standing Committee on Governance and Legal Matters. We will do that first, and I will invite once again Mr. Tim Llewellyn to come up and lead us through all of this. And my suspicion is that the coffee will allow us to recover before we dive into the second set of governance and legal matters dated April 2023. So, Tim, I think that's over to you, please.
Good afternoon. Archbishop, Chair, governing body. As members will recall, the September 2022 governing body meeting was closed early as news began to filter through of the illness of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. We now return to one of the items of business adjourned at that meeting, which was a series of recommendations set out to the Standing Committee's Governance and Legal Matters report arising out of the July 2022 Standing Committee. After coffee, we will be considering the April 2023 Governance and Legal Matters report, with recommendations arising out of the Standing Committee meetings of November 2022 and February 2023. But first, the 2022 report. There will be a test on the dates later, okay? So, during the course of the presentation of the report, I will be proposing 7 separate motions. The first 6 of these motions are motions to make changes to the Constitution of the Church of Wales. The final motion is that the report be received. As with the report of the Standing Committee taken earlier today at Agenda 7, the time for debate on the report as a whole, or questions not relating to the particular constitutional change proposed, is during debate on the final motion. But first we move to the individual recommendations. Each of these is set out together with an explanatory note in your papers.
I will not repeat the explanation in full, but will give a brief outline of the proposed change so we are all clear as to what we are debating. All references to pages and appendices relate to the Standing Committee's report on governance and legal matters dated September 2022. If you're looking for it in the electronic Dropbox, it may be found in a folder entitled Session 4, then choose English or Combined to view the report in either language, and it will greatly assist you if you have this document to hand. So the first recommendation is a constitutional amendment governing bodies co-opted members to implement governance reform working group recommendations. The constitutional amendments that are subject to the recommendation 1 are set out in their entirety on Appendix 2 on pages 12 to 13. The amendments implement proposals from the Governance Reform Working Group for the reforming provisions for the co-option of members to the governing body. The Working Group's report to the Standing Committee is reproduced for members in full as Appendix 1. And as I say, the constitutional changes themselves follow at Appendix 2. Very briefly, the amendments make no change to the overall number of governing body members, or to the balance between the orders of bishops, clergy, and laity. Major changes are as follows. In the order of laity, the change is restricted to how co-opted members are appointed. There will continue to be 12 co-opted lay members. The 6 co-opted members under the age of 30 are to be elected directly by all members of the governing body, rather than appointed by the Standing Committee, as is our current practice. Up to a further 6 members of laity of any age will then be able to be appointed by the Standing Committee, following an exercise to identify particular gaps in skills or representation amongst the governing body membership. In the order of clergy, it is proposed that the category of unbeneficed clergymen be reformed. The replacement category would include newly ordained clergy, and also those licensed clergy not receiving a stipend from the Church in Wales, such as institutional chaplains and non-stipendiary ministers. The 3 clerics in this category are to be directly elected by members of the governing body. A further 3 clerics of any status are to be appointed by the Standing Committee, again following an exercise to identify particular gaps in skills or representation in the governing body membership. Chair, I move recommendation 1.
Thank you very much, and I second that from the chair. So I open recommendation 1 for debate. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I know you're sick of me by now. Richard Mulcahy, co-opted, which is I oppose recommendation 1 and the changes to the co-option of clerics. I've had this discussion with a couple of members of the Standing Committee, with Matthew Chinnery, during the September meeting. I still do not understand why people such, now at the moment I'm not permission to officiate. I am told by Matthew that I am very unusual, for which I've said thank you very much. But I'm still taking a regular part in my ministry area and taking key part in the I do not understand why not having a license and being PTO takes me out of this group. Or I do not know why. I don't understand the thinking of the working group, and I would just like this to be remitted or opposed and sent back to think again why. Other than tidiness, which heaven knows we all look for, it just seems a pointless way of restricting access to this to the co-opted posts. Yes, the one for people who've been ordained less than 4 years. But why do we take only have licenses and not PTOs? I do not understand the proposal and its meaning. Thank you.
Can I invite Matt to address that, please?
Thank you. I don't advocate for one way or the other, but I think I can explain the thinking. There are provisions in the governing body constitution for the retirement of clerics, and there's not just an age limit. Clerics come off the governing body upon hitting an age limit or upon their retirement, i.e. sooner. essentially licensed clerics retire, and clerics with permission to officiate, may in practical terms retire, but in terms of our governance, don't really retire, because retired clerics are often given permission to officiate. It is a matter for each diocesan bishop as to how they authorise ministry in their dioceses, but I think from the national office's point of view, one would ordinarily expect a self-supporting or non-stipendiary minister operating below the retirement age, ordinarily, particularly one with an active ministry, doing that by way of a license, whether that's a license to a particular ministry area or a general license, rather than a permission to officiate, which would then bring that cleric within various aspects of our constitution, including retirement. And I believe that is why the Governance Review Working Group has tied membership of the governing body in this particular category that way, rather than dealing with it with PTO. But certainly I would suggest to any member that this would affect to have a discussion with their bishop about their status with PTO versus license, if they are concerned about it.
So you want formally to move to oppose the motion?
Your options would be either for us to proceed to a vote, to table an amendment motion, which we haven't written notice of, but we can adjourn for a short period if we'd like to prepare one with the chair's consent, or to make a motion to move to the next business, and we can go through the procedure. Will you allow me to consult my standing orders briefly to advise the chair?
So to move to the next business would in effect mean that recommendation 1 is not considered and not voted either on for or against or at all, but just, okay, thank you. So
Shall I just read?
yeah, it would be helpful if we just read out what it is that we do.
Those following along, I'm in the agenda at standing order 11. Any member may propose that the current debate be ended immediately without a vote being taken, and the chair shall put that question to the meeting for a decision. If this is carried, the next business shall be immediately proceeded with. So we have a proposal.
So we will put it immediately. The choices are: for means that we move immediately to the next business, i.e. recommendation 2. Against is that we continue to discuss this, or there is no discussion, that we move to a vote on it, and abstention is abstention. Are you clear on that? Okay? Oh.
If we vote to next business, does this item come back for reconsideration?
That would be a decision for the standing committee in the ordering of business.
So it says drop off our agenda for now. Okay, so to vote for is to basically drop this and move. Vote against is to stick with this and then take a substantive vote on it when any further debate has been completed. And abstention is abstention. Right, so can I ask, please, all those who are in favour of moving to next business? I think I have 2.
Yes.
I think I have 2. Thank you. Those against? And any abstentions? Clearly it is lost, but thank you very much for at least allowing us to consider that. So does anybody else wish to address recommendation as we debate upon it? No. See none, so therefore do you wish to formally move the...
Yes, I formally move recommendation 1.
which I second. So now we are voting on recommendation 1, which is what is printed on as appendix 2, page 12 and 13. Okay, so those in favour. Thank you very much. Those against? 1, 2. Thank you. And abstentions? 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 8. Okay. So thank you. That is carried. So recommendation 2, please.
Thank you. So we now move on then to Constitutional Amendment 2, the online publication of the Constitution. Recommendation 2 is set out in Appendix 3 on page 14 and labelled Proposal A. Our Constitution is published in online form only for the past decade. Since the National Office moved from Cathedral Road to Calhan Square, there is no longer a physical muniment room for the governing body or the representative body. That's a deed room or a document room. This minor amendment therefore seeks to bring the Constitution into line with current practice by removing the constitutional requirement for copies of the Constitution placed in the non-existent muniment room. Individuals may continue to request hard copies of the Constitution be provided to them, either for use in court proceedings or for any other purpose with consent of the Standing Committee. Chair, I move recommendation 2.
Thank you very much, and I second that. Would anybody like to join in debate on this matter? Nobody's got a spare muniment room in their back pocket that wish to offer to us. In which case, would you like to propose that we move to the vote?
So, Chair, I move recommendation 2.
Seconded. Right, okay. Yeah, you're ahead of the game here. The cards are up. For the, against the motion and abstentions. Recommendation 2. Those for. Thank you. Those against. 1. Abstentions. 1. Thank you very much. We are moving on. Thank you.
Constitutional Amendment 3, execution of the President's mandate. I've been set up for this. Recommendation 3 is set out in Appendix 3 on page 15 of the report and labelled Proposal B. It is proposed that the requirement for the certification of the due execution of the President's mandate being read out by the lay secretary at the start of every governing body meeting be dropped as unnecessary and overly legalistic. This process dates from the time when members relied on notification of meetings by post. In the days of modern communication, dates and locations of governing body meetings are published online and freely accessible both to members and the wider church. Chair, I move recommendation 3.
Is everybody happy with that? Would anyone like to debate it?
Devastated.
Right, so will you move that formally?
Chair, I formally move recommendation 3.
And I will second that. So we are recommendation 3, which is printed up as proposal B on page 15. Those for. Thank you. Those against? 1. And any abstentions? 1. Thank you very much.
Constitutional Amendment 4, list of attendees of GB members. Recommendation 4 is set out on page 16 of the report and labelled as Proposal C in Appendix 3. This would delete the requirement to send annual attendance lists of the governing body to the Secretary of the Diocesan Conference, as when the Secretariat made inquiries, it turned out that most dioceses do nothing with the information received. Is this a test?
You know who you are.
Yeah. This change would not prevent the details being made available on request to any diocese that wish to receive it, but the removal of the requirement to send it out to all dioceses will result in the removal of administrative burden at the National Office. Chair, I move recommendation 4.
I formally second that. Does anybody wish to debate this or to explain what goes on where they are and why? No. Ooh. Hannah, thank you for come. Oh yeah, he's very generous. I'm sure he'll let you share.
I remember reading this paper ahead of it, last governing body, wasn't it? And I suppose the question that I have is there another option of using the data? So I appreciate that having data and not using it is a waste of everyone's time, but it strikes me as potentially helpful to know if the people that we've elected onto governing body do indeed attend. Because if not, I think we should be able to remove them and make that space available for somebody who has, whether it's the capacity to attend, because occasionally things come up, don't they? But it strikes me that this is probably data that we should hold, but that we should also use. I'm not sure what I'm doing with that, other than making a point.
We're allowed to debate. Thank you. Tim, do you wish to respond?
I guess what I would say is that the information would still be available. So I suppose did want it, they could request it if they were interested in doing exactly what you recommend as to whether people attend, that sort of thing. So I guess the amendment isn't about getting rid of the information, it's not necessarily sharing it if it wasn't going to be used, but I would assume that it's still available should it be requested.
Yes, if I may, Chair.
Yeah, please.
Yes, absolutely. We will still keep all the information, and if dioceses want it, they can have it. It's just not sending information out that people don't want. So it's freely available. If I may, I also take the point about looking for named people who are on governing body and never come. I'd suggest that what we do with that is actually bring that to the attention of the standing committee, and that's something that the staff can do.
So thank you. So that's a very helpful comment. There'll be action to make the information useful. Somebody else? Here we are. Thank you.
Archbishop, Chair, members of governing body, Rob Dawson, lay elected, St Asaph. This is the first time I've spoken in the last couple of meetings at governing body. I'm surprised that my first thing to talk about is a rather odd point. But this seems to me that this change of rules actually comes out of what I might term as bad practice. And it seems that using bad practice to alter a rule is arguably bad rulemaking. I completely concur with the previous speaker that yes, I feel dioceses should know who their representatives, what their representatives are attending and when they're attending, etc. But if you're willing to stand for governing body, if you're willing to be a named individual, then you should be accountable for your action and that which you say. So I'm basically asking that we reject this amendment.
I think that so basically you're saying reject this so the board in the diocese court rather than in the standing committee's court. Tim, do you want to respond to that? No, okay.
Kate O'Sullivan, clergy, Monmouth Diocese. I'd like to respond to that. Before I got ordained, I worked in projects that worked with government departments, public health, that sort of thing. And the thing that struck me, going back to work as a 40-year-old, as opposed to when I was working in a similar vein when I was 25, was computers. Because when I was 25, we didn't have to produce the level of reporting that we had to once we had computers. So I would say we have all this stuff, but a lot of the time we don't really need it. And we receive it, we think we have to do something with it. So I would actually say, you know, I would support this amendment because it makes sense, and let's not generate more work for ourselves. It's completely unnecessary.
Very much. Any more speakers? Or are we clear on the various arguments? Would you like to move the motion?
Yeah, Chair, so I formally move recommendation 4.
So recommendation 4, which is proposal C on page 16. Those in favour? Thank you. Those against?
I'll do a full count.
Yes, we'll do a full count. Okay. So let's just waive abstentions and then we'll start again and we'll do a full count of all three votes. So, okay, so those in favour. I think these two the two Johns will do the telling for us. So please wait until they've come back with an agreed figure. Yeah. Yes, it's card is his card. Hannah hasn't got her card in her hand. There we go.
I knew the time.
Okay, thank you. Right, those against, please, if you will raise your cards, not merely your hands. Please don't vote twice.
Or abstain. You're a rebel, aren't you?
Thank you. And if I could now have abstention. 1, 2. I think we have 2 abstentions. Even we can't now. We don't need a maths degree. I can have a maths degree as far as 2. Right. Got 64 in favour, 42 against, and 2 abstentions. And we only require a simple majority, so that is passed. But I think that it is very clear that there's a groundswell of opinion that diocese should take note of such information and deploy it accordingly. Go home and do that.
I thought that was
Yeah, no, not you, not you.
Okay, Constitutional Amendment 5, announcement of the election of the Archbishop. Recommendation 5 is set out on page 17 of the report and labelled as Proposal D in Appendix 3. The reason for this proposal is simply that modern communications mean that the new election of the new Archbishop does not take long to be well known throughout the province. Formal notification of the governing body, often some months later, is therefore considered unnecessary in the modern world. Chair, I move recommendation 5.
Let me second that. Does anybody wish to speak to this? Aha, right. Do come forward. And if I can take both comments together before we have responses.
Paul Silk, a lay member from Swansea and Brecon. I regret this amendment would remove the requirement of the Archbishop to affirm his faith in front of the governing body.
Martin Donnelly, also Swansea and Brecon, lay member. I just really wanted to ask if, without opposing this amendment, we could think of the most appropriate way for the governing body to welcome and celebrate the arrival of a new Archbishop as something, because of the relationship between governing body and the Archbishop. And while this may not be the best way to do it, I'm sure we can come up with something which is suitable and appropriate and reflects the important moment for the Church. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think what I would probably propose here is that I would let governing body reflect on what you heard from the 2 speakers there, and you vote accordingly, and we will respond to how the governing body has voted.
Okay, do you want, so
But I
you're,
formally
are you,
propose,
you're
yeah.
formally proposing, seconding, so we now move to the vote. So this is recommendation 5, which is proposal D on page 17. Those in favour? We're going to be counting again. Yeah. Right. Here they go. Oh, keep your hand up, please, with your card. Thank you. So you can lower your cards, please, and those who are voting against, please raise your cards.
He wasn't voting.
Okay, and now those who are abstaining, I noted. Five, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. I think we're agreed on 7. Right. Thank you, John. Announce that. Those in favour, 42. Those against, 55. And 7 abstentions. The motion fails. So
This item of the Constitution was not observed following the election of
do you think we did hear him this morning lead us in prayer and a creedal formulation, even if not the Apostles' Creed? But we did pray to the Lord's Prayer also, so I think we'll let him continue for the moment. Thank you very much, Gregory. Tim, would you like to continue?
So constitutional amendment number 6, assistant bishops. Recommendation 6 is set out on page 18 of the report and labelled as proposal E, appendix 3. The proposal would bring back our practice to the historical position, both pre and post Reformation, which is that bishops are not simply consecrated as bishops, but are consecrated as bishop of a particular place known as a see. For bishops appointed as an assistant to a diocesan bishop, their see is usually known as suffragan or a titular see. The current practice of the Church in Wales to consecrate an assistant bishop simply as assistant bishop of the Diocese of X is is therefore historically anomalous. The proposed drafting would allow the bench of bishops to agree that an assistant bishop may be styled the Bishop of X, X being likely to be a town or a settlement within the diocese in which the assistant bishop is to serve. For those of you who can remember, this would recreate the position agreed by the governing body in 1928, when it permitted the then Archbishop Edwards, to appoint the first full-time assistant bishop since disestablishment, and for the bench to assign a similar title, titular see, for that bishop. Archbishop Edwards appointed Thomas Lloyd, who was given the title Bishop of Minor and served as such from 1928 to 1935. Chair, I move recommendation 6.
Thank you. And noting that it says may rather than must, from the chair, I second that. Can I ask for those, please, who would like to address this to come forward? You're all exhausted by the last one. Oh, here we are. Here we are. Oh, and more coming.
Paul Murray, Swansea and Brecon elected. Can I just say that historically there have been 2 bishops of Swansea, Edward Latham Bevan, who became the Bishop of Swansea and Brecon, and Bishop John Lloyd, who was a suffragan Bishop of St. David back in the late 19th century. I just wish to express regret that we still don't have a Bishop of Swansea.
Landshaw, elected cleric, Swansea and Brecon. Vice Chairman of the governing body. Mine's a similar point to Paul. I can't imagine a situation where there's an assistant bishop with a titular title of wherever, and there's not a bishop of the second city in Wales. I think Swansea historically has had a rough deal. So I guess it's an argument. But, I think, Swansea hasn't got a cathedral, for example, and we are in the 100th year of the Diocese of Swansea at Brecon. And for the second city of Wales not to have an Anglican cathedral is something that, I think the Church in Wales needs to address. Thank you.
Thank you both. We know that this is sort of oblique to the actual content of the motion in some respects.
I note the comments regarding Swansea, but Chair, I move recommendation 6.
I second. So recommendation 6, which is proposal E on page 18, that the bench of bishops may assign a titular see to an assistant bishop. Those in favour? Thank you very much. Those against? 1, 2. Abstentions? 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion is carried. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the final matter in this item is to debate and approve the report. So, Chair, I move that the report of the Standing Committee on Legal and Governance Matters be approved.
So we now have the report as a whole. Would anybody like to address this in debate? I see no one. So you'll formally move it?
Chair, I formally move.
And as I said, I will second that. And we move to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? None. Those abstaining? We see none. So that is unanimously received. Thank you very much. Now, we will now break for coffee, and when we come back, which is in half an hour's time, 4 o'clock, you'll be seeing more of me and more of my dear colleague from St. David's Diocese. Thank you very much. A silence has descended. You must be galvanizing yourselves for the next round of the delights of governance and legal matters. So we are now on agenda 12, Session 4, Standing Committee's report, Governance and Legal Matters, April 2023.
So having got to where we had hoped to get to in September, we moved to the latest governance and legal report. During the course of this presentation of the report 1, or I proposed 5 separate motions. These motions are changes to the Constitution of the Church in Wales. The final motion is that the report be received. To remind you once more, the time for debate on the report as a whole, or questions not relating to the particular constitutional change proposed, is during the debate on the final motion. But first we move to the individual recommendations. Each of these is set out together with an explanatory note in your papers, and I will not repeat that explanation in full, but will give a brief outline of the proposed change so we're all clear as to what we are debating. All references to the pages and appendices relate to the Standing Committee's report on governance and legal matters dated April 2023. If you were looking at it for it in the electronic Dropbox, it may be found in the folder entitled Session 4, then choose English or Cymraeg to view the report in either language. It will greatly assist you if you have these documents to hand. So I'll now go through the recommendations. Recommendation number 1, Chapter 9, Minimum Ages. The constitutional amendments that are required of the Recommendation 1 are set out in their entirety in Appendix 2 on pages 9 to 13. The explanation for the change is set out in Appendix 1 on page 6 of the report. In September 2016, the governing body resolved to remove the minimum ages set out in the Constitution for holding certain legal offices, but the changes were not made at the time for reasons which were not entirely clear. This recommendation simply implements the changes already approved by the governing body. Chair, I move recommendation 1.
And I second that. I'm all for tidiness. Now, does anybody wish to speak to this motion? I see no one. Would you like to move the motion?
Chair, I formally move recommendation 1.
Recommendation 1, which is set out in Appendix 2, pages 9 to 13. All those in favour? Oh, diolch yn fawr iawn I chi gyd. All those against? None. Abstentions? 1, 2, 3. Diolch yn fawr iawn, thank you. So that is clearly passed.
Thank you. Recommendation 2, Chapter 9, Lay Judges Retirement. Constitutional amendments that are subject to the Recommendation 2 are set out in their entirety on Appendix 2 on pages 9 to 10. The explanation for the changes set out in Appendix 1 on page 6 of the report. The governing body previously resolved to reduce the minimum retirement age for provincial court judges to 70, but the change was never implemented. Unlike in respect of Recommendation 1, the Standing Committee is asking governing body to reconsider this decision due to subsequent legal developments. Firstly, in the secular courts of England and Wales, the mandatory retirement age for judges has been increased to 75. Secondly, a bishop's discretionary power to extend a diocesan chancellor's retirement age has created some legal difficulties in a neighbouring province, as set out in more detail in your papers. The Standing Committee therefore proposes that the retirement ages for judges be standardised at 75 and all discretionary powers for further extension be removed from the Constitution. Standardising the retirement age of the Registrar of the Disciplinary Tribunal, previously 65, with other registrars 70, was approved by governing body in 2016, and the proposal implements that decision. Chair, I move recommendation 2.
And I formally second that. Is there anybody who wishes to address this motion? I see nobody, so would you like to move the recommendation?
Chair, I formally move recommendation 2.
Which I second. So we are looking at the amendments which are highlighted in green in Appendix 2 on pages 9 and 10. All those in favour, I can see cards at the ready. Thank you very much indeed. Diolch yn fawr. Those against? I see none. Abstentions? One. There we are. And so that is passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the third recommendation is Chapter 9, Miscellaneous. The constitutional amendments that are subject of recommendation 3 are set out in their entirety in Appendix 2 on pages 11 to 12. The explanation for the change is set out in Appendix 1 on page 7 of the report. These are minor and or consequential changes, firstly to standardise the required declarations for lay and ecclesiastical judges, so both categories confirm the same things in their declaration. Secondly, the changes would enable the declarations to be made in front of a bishop's commissary rather than a bishop personally. Chair, I move recommendation 3.
Which I second from the chair. Is anybody wishing to address recommendation 3? Would you like to move?
Chair, I formally move recommendation 3.
Thank you, and I second that. So recommendation 3, as highlighted in blue, Appendix 2, pages 11 and 12. Those in favour? Thank you very much. Those against? See none. Abstentions? Thank you. That's simply done. Well, the next.
Recommendation 4, Chapter 9, Archbishop Registrar. The constitutional amendments that are subject of recommendation 4 are set out in their entirety in Appendix 2 on page 14. The explanation for the change is set out in Appendix 1 on page 7 of the report. The Archbishop's Registrar is an office that has been in our constitution for some time. They are to act as secretary to the Provincial Nomination Board, perform certain administrative duties in relation to an episcopal election, and hold particular duties in relation to the administration of discipline in the province, including bringing a disciplinary tribunal complaint or imposing a suspension on behalf of the provincial safeguarding panel. However, the Constitution has been silent about how such a person comes to be appointed. In April 2022, the governing body referred proposing drafting regularising this back to the Standing Committee for further refinement, citing concerns about the provisions for retirement and the removal of the Archbishop's Registrar. The refined drafting mirrors the retirement and removal provisions for a diocesan registrar, which are set out elsewhere in Chapter 9. Unlike the drafting proposed in 2022, it gives a clear process for removal and the appeal of such a removal, in addition to the retirement provisions. Chair, I move recommendation 4.
Thank you. I second it, noting that I was one of the people who complained last time around. Would anybody like to address this motion? Would you like to move it?
Chair, I formally move recommendation 4.
And I second that. Those in favour, sgwelwch yn dda. Thank you very much. Those against? None. Abstentions? None. So thank you very much for taking that back and returning it to governing body in a way that we have been able to accept.
Thank you. Recommendation 5, approval of the report. The final matter in this item is to debate and approve this report. Before I do so, I should draw your attention to page 4 of the substantive report and Appendix 4 of the document. These are changes to the Constitution which have already been made by the Standing Committee in accordance with a specific procedure laid down in section 35 of chapter 2 of the Constitution. In accordance with our constitutional provisions, an application to amend or to annul these changes may be made at the next meeting of the governing body in September 2023 if one bishop or 10 members makes written application to the secretary of the governing body before the 6th of June 2023. Chair, I move that the report of the Standing Committee on Legal and Governance Matters be approved.
Thank you very much. So just to point out that these are minor amendments which are not considered substantive or urgent, but there is a chance to come back on them if anybody wishes to. And so I second that motion. Does anybody like to speak to this? No, I think not. So would you like to move that we go to the vote?
Chair, I formally move that the report of the Standing Committee on Legal and Governance Matters be approved.
I second that. And those in favour, the hands are already up. Diolch y galon. Thank you very much. Those against? I'm not seeing. And abstentions? None. So unanimously approved. Thank you very much indeed. So that concludes agendum, whichever it was. We had a lot. Agendum 12 is now concluded. So we move now to agendum 13, which is the private members motion. And you can find that written up in your agenda booklet on page 2. And then there is an explanatory note which has been circulated as well. Can I ask, please, which of you is going to propose the motion? Thank you.
Sorry, my name is Tim Llewellyn, elected lay member, St David's Diocese, and I'm also speaking to you in my capacity as chair of the Monmouth Review Implementation Group. As you will see from the papers in front of you, I am proposing that a clause be inserted in Chapter 5 of the Constitution of the Church in Wales, providing for the powers of a diocesan bishop to be exercised by the Archbishop of Wales in the event that a diocesan bishop has been signed off sick for a period in excess of 60 days. The Monmouth Inquiry and Review made a specific recommendation as follows. We recommend that provision is made in the Constitution for the Archbishop to make arrangements for appropriate episcopal leadership in a diocese if the bishop is away from his or her duties for a prolonged period through sickness or some other cause, but is not suspended. This private member's motion is primarily made in response to this recommendation. The review also recommended that a wider review of the powers of the Archbishop of Wales be undertaken, and this is currently being worked on by the Standing Committee's Governance Reform Working Group, working in consultation with the legal subcommittee. This motion simply and effectively implements a large part of the review's recommendation without delay. And whilst these wider consultations and reviews are ongoing, before tabling the motion, we have taken advice from the drafting subcommittee and the representative body's legal department. We have also consulted with the bench of bishops, and we understand that the proposal has their support. The motion has been prepared in such a way as to avoid the creation of an overly bureaucratic process and to make use of existing procedures, such as the provision of footnotes, which have a clear legal definition and are already processed by the HR department of the representative body on a regular basis. The use of the word may provides flexibility so that each case can be assessed on its own merits and requirements. Where the archiepiscopal see is vacant or the archbishop is incapacitated, sections 7 and 9 of chapter 5 would apply, where provision is made for the senior diocesan bishop to exercise all the relevant rights of the archbishop. There is an existing gap in chapter 5 at section 14, a section that was repealed some years ago, and it would seem appropriate to insert the drafting contained in this motion here. Whilst I am primarily talking to you today in my capacity as chair of the Monmouth Review Implementation Group, I'm also a representative of the Diocese of St David's, where we have now been without episcopal leadership for very many months. Whilst we have been incredibly well served by the Archdeacons of St David's, Carmarthen and Ceredigion, who are all appointed and have been acting as commissaries, their commissions only take them so far, and they are, of course, unable to ordain or confirm. They were already incredibly busy with their archidiaconal responsibilities, and whilst they have managed amazingly well, the prolonged episcopal absence is bound to take a personal toll on them and their respective archdeaconries. Above all else, they are unable to provide the episcopal leadership, support and guidance that the diocese so desperately needs. The diocese is hurting and longs for leadership. When the Monmouth Inquiry and Review was presented to the bench of the bishops, the representative body and the governing body, its 28 recommendations were wholeheartedly supported and approved. Today's motion seeks to introduce one of the recommendations that would have certainly helped the Diocese of Monmouth and is definitely required by the Diocese of St David's. I seek your support and propose the motion standing in my name. Thank you.
The seconder.
Prynhawn Dad, dwi'n mynd i eilio'n Gymraeg. Fy enw yw Hazel Evans, rwy'n aelod lleug athledig dros Ceredigion yn Esgobaeth
Can you just introduce yourself, please? Oh,
I
sorry,
did.
beg your pardon. Beg your pardon, I just missed that.
I'll start again. Fy enw yw Hazel Evans, rwy'n aelod lleug athledig dros Ceredigion yn Esgobaeth Tyddewi ac rwyf yn gadeirydd bwrdd cyllid yr Esgobaeth ers mis Gorffennaf diwethaf. Mae'n bleser gennyf eilio cynnig aelodau preifat hwn a roddwyd gerich bron gan Mr Tim Llywelyn, cadeirydd Pwyllgor Adolygu Mynwy i fewn osod cymal ym mhenod 5 y cyfansoddiad. Rwyf yn eilio'r cynnig hwn heddiw oherwydd y sefyllfa anodd y mae Esgobaeth Tyddewi yn ei chael ei hun ynddi. Rydym wedi bod heb esgob ers mis Awst diwethaf, ac mae'r triarch ddeiacon wedi ymgymryd â chyfran fawr o'r gwaith ar ôl ei penodi yn gomisynwyr, ac mae hyn wedi rhoi rhagor o bwysau arnynt, a mae hyn hefyd yn peri pryder i mi. Ei bod wedi gallu derbyn ordiniadau newydd, nid ydym yn gallu'r ordeinio na chymffermo. Maent yn gallu'r llenwi rhai o'r lleoedd gwag, nid ydym yn agos at y cyflenwad cyffredinol a mae angen i ni ei gyflawni o hyd. Gan fod gennym nifer fawr o eglwysi yn yr Esgobaeth a bod nifer sy'n mynychu gwasanaethau yn lleihau, mae angen arweinyddiaeth esgobol gref i sicrhau eglwys llewyrchus. Bydd y bwriad o fewn osod y cymal yn galluogi unrhyw esgobaeth i weithredu i symud ymlaen a'i chenhedlaeth Cristnogol gyda'r ymyriad gofynol gan yr archesgob. Rwyf yn siarad o'n brofiad yn yr esgobaeth yn unig, ond gallai hyn hefyd cael effaith enfawr ar unrhyw esgobaeth arall. Rwy'n derbyn adborth gan yr ardaloedd gweinidigoedd lleol ei bod yn teimlo ei bod yn bring o gyfeiriad ac arweiniaeth, gyda moral isel yn cael ei grybwyll yn rheolaidd. Mae ein hesgob wedi bod ar abseneldeb salwch ers mis Awst diwetha, a ni fyddwn am iddi feddwl bod yn rhaid iddi ddychwelyd i'r gwaith cyn iddi fod yn ddigon iach a chael ei chymrydwyo gan y gweithwyr proffesiynol perthnasol. Felly, unwaith eto, mae ychwanegu'r dull hwn o ymyrryd yn amddiffyn y person sydd ar absenoldeb salwch hefyd. Gofynnaf yn garedig i chi am eich cefnogaeth i'r cynnig hwn. Diolch.
Diolch o galon, Hazel. I now open the floor to debate. If those who would like to come and speak for this motion would like to come forward, please. Right. Do you want to start this side? You got there first, I think.
Kate O'Sullivan, clergy from Monmouth Diocese. I'm aware in England that it's not unusual to get a retired bishop to come and help out in a diocese in these circumstances, and I think that's often very helpful. And absolutely hear the pain of St David's, and think that you do need that support. And I will absolutely support this motion. I think I would just urge a little caution to whoever, Archbishop John, who Archbishop Handy in terms of who that person should be, because I think sometimes if that person who is brought in to oversee is the much loved previous diocesan bishop who has retired, it can be very, very difficult then for the person to come back in. Because one of the things I have learnt in ministry is that all you need to be a saint is to be the previous incumbent or to die. So, so that's just my thoughts on that.
Paul McNess, nominated Archdeacon, St David's Diocese and duly appointed Commissary of the Lord Bishop of St David's. I could say that before the Bishop went on sick, I was 7 foot tall, had blonde hair and a lot slimmer. But probably not in my own head, perhaps that might have been how I felt, but I have possibly now resorted to what I actually look like. But the reality is that this is a role which we as commissaries undertook willingly to support our bishop in her illness, but it is now going on for coming up to 8 months since Bishop Joanna went on the sick. We will probably be the longest serving bishops' commissaries in the history of the Church in Wales, because the bishop is now signed off until the end of May, which will take us to 9 months. We have been very well supported by the lay senior figures within the diocese and pastorally, especially by the Archbishop, who has met regularly with the commissaries and the other members of the senior staff. And we'd like to thank him for his support during this period. There are certain things, of course, which we can't do. We cannot confirm, we cannot ordain. And what we're really doing is acting as regents until the bishop returns to full health and returns to full duties. What that means for the diocese is that the diocese can't move forward strategically properly because we're not having that episcopal steer and vision that can be shared with the Standing Committee and the Board of Finance and the wider diocese. Having also the situation where we're now looking at putting in bids or applications towards the Church Growth Fund, we need to have the authority to be able to move forward. Having the Archbishop being able to come in and support us and encourage the Standing Committee, the Diocesan Conference and the Board of Finance, as well as the Bishop's senior staff, to be able to move forward will make a massive difference to morale in the diocese and will also take some of the strain and the burden off myself and my fellow commissaries. I really urge you to support this. The motion is not prescriptive. It doesn't mean that the Archbishop has to take on these responsibilities, but the Archbishop has the ability to take on these additional responsibilities when required. And I think that's important. It's not, we're not ousting anybody or anything like that. It's no coup. What it is just a way of allowing the life of the diocese to continue when a diocesan is unfortunately unwell for a long period of time. We know that if this had been available, much of the pain that Monmouth Diocese went through would not have been as protracted. We're in a completely different circumstance to Monmouth. In our bishop is ill at this time and hopefully will recover. But I would just urge you all to support this motion, if not for any other reason than to prevent a few more grey hairs on my head. So I do urge you, please, to support this motion.
Thank you, Archdeacon.
Carrie White, a lay member from Bangor, Archbishop Chair, members of governing body. I want to speak in support of this addition, which I think is very key and pragmatic to look just at the issue of ill health at the moment. But I would look forward to seeing the other provision in the Monmouth review that other causes might also be necessary in future.
Thank you.
Byddwn yn siarad yn y Gymraeg. Matthew Hill, clerig, wedi cael ei etholi esgobaeth Tyddewi. Fel y pheriad sy'n gwasanaethu yn esgobaeth Tyddewi hyn o bryd, mi jyst moyn cymryd y cyfle i cefnogi y cynnig yn llwyr ac i atsain beth mae'r trapechedig Paul McNess jyst wedi dweud. Felly, dwi'n argymell bod y corff llywodraethol yn cefnogi y cynnig hwn os gwelwch yn dda.
Diolch yn fawr.
Richard Woods, elected Bangor Archbishop, Chairman of the Governing Body. I wish I had thought of this a little earlier. Speaking in support of the motion, I think it's absolutely vital and very important to do. We've seen this happen far more than we want it to, and we haven't foreseen it. Good legislation is better in place before an event. And so I simply ask a question, if this is something that is not just in response to St David's and hopefully never needs to be used again, but could be, is there enough clarity as to what would happen if the diocesan in question were the Archbishop and there was no assistant bishop in place? The senior bishop presumably would take that role, but the legislation isn't explicit about that and need it to be. Thank you.
Which is a point of clarification.
The powers of an archbishop being passed to a senior bishop when incapacitated are already in the Constitution. So that's why this particular motion doesn't deal with it.
Thank you very much.
Chair, members of conference, Mike Como, excuse me, Diocese of Llandaff elected, also an archdeacon, also until about 6 o'clock tonight, a commissary. I won't deny, and perhaps I'm speaking for my colleague as well, Rod, there, that actually being a commissary can be fun sometimes. But in our case, it's been time limited. We know what the time limits are, and that has really put a very different colour, I think, on the role when it is untimed and there is unbounded. We haven't had to experience the kind of stresses that I know our colleagues in St David's and Monmouth before. For me, this is a complete no-brainer, and it gets my full support, and I trust that of many of you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Mulcahy, Ysgobaeth Mynwy, tipyn bach yn Gymraeg, os gwelwch yn dda. Dwi'n gefnogi'r cynnig hwn yn cyfan completely, ond mae dau cwestiwn yma. Un, pam 30 diwrnod nid 30? Fel mae salwch tymor hir yn gweithio yw 20 diwrnod o 20 diwrnod gweithio. So dwi ddim yn deall 30 yn y cynnig hwn. Also, these words fall out of my head every time I do this. Pethau arall. Reason of illness or medical reason, salwch neu rheswm meddygol. Pam ma'n... Dim rheswm arall, nid rheswm meddygol. Dwi ddim yn deall yr angen, the need. Oh, anyway, my brain is just melted. But just two short questions, fully in support. Apologies for mangling the language of heaven.
Diolch yn fawr. Professor.
Medwyn Hughes, ex officio, Corff Llywodraethol. Rhain siarad yn Gymraeg hefyd. Y cadeirydd eich glas, aelodau'r fainc, aelodau'r Corff Llywodraethol. Dwi'n hefyd yn sefyll yma ac yn cefnogi y cynnig hwn. Mae'r cynnig yn delio gyda materion cyffredinol o safbwynt llywodraethiant berthnasol o safbwynt ysgobeth. Dyn ni wedi clywed yn barod heddiw, mae'r ysgobeth hon yn gweudu. Mae'n gweudu o safbwynt angen arweiniad ac mae'r archfi econiad wedi gweithio yn arbennig. Ond mae angen arweiniad. Ac wrth gyflwyno y cynnig hwn, mae'n gwirio hefyd am meddyliau ni efo'n hesgofni, gan obeithio bydd hi yn gwella. Mae o'n gyfnod anodd i bawb. Mae sawl person dwi'n siŵr yn ystyried nifer o bwyntiau ar gyfer y dyfodol. Ond o safbwynt dyfodol yr ysgobeth, mae o'n hollol allweddol bod yr esgobaeth hon yn gallu symud ac yn gallu cynllunio. Ac felly rydw i hefyd yn cefnogi yr hyn sydd wedi cael ei gyflwyno.
No. To Tim. So if the proposer would like to reply.
First of all, can I thank very much everybody who's come up to speak here in terms of your words of support and encouragement in terms of the motion that we put forward. So I'm very grateful for that. I'll pick up on a couple of comments that were made. The first, what I would like to do, and whilst I did reference it in my when I put the proposal, the motion up, I do want to publicly thank the Reverend Paul McNess, or the Venerable Paul McNess, for his personal devotion and leadership, and indeed the other two Archdeacons. And I think I just want to thank them for that. But what you've heard from Paul there, although he might believe he is a 7-foot Adonis, that but you've heard governing body firsthand the experience and the impact that it's having on Paul. He would never admit that it's having a personal impact on it, but it's bound to. How can you do one job and keep your eye on another one? He talked there about lack of strategic direction and also help give clarity on the provisions of the motion. So I'm grateful for that. The other thing I just want to pick up on are the questions there around the 60 days and also why sickness in particular. We accept that it is 20 days in a secular environment for long-term sick. We arrived at 60 in consultation with the bench. It just, I guess you could argue any figure, but it just felt that probably when you're getting to a period of 60 days, you've had 2 months, you're sort of probably getting an indication there that there's something that isn't of the norm and something that starts to need to be addressed. As I say, you could probably argue any range of dates, but 60 felt to be the appropriate term, as I say, in consultation with the bench. And the legislation or the motion that we're putting forward you would cover anything that is covered by a sick note, but wouldn't cover, for example, somebody going off on sabbatical leave or that sort of type thing. But you could have an example where somebody breaks their leg, but they could still actually undertake a lot of the episcopal duties. So we've deliberately loosely worded it so that you can look at each case on its individual merits. But thank you very much for your support.
You're moving the motion.
Yeah, so I seek your support and propose the motion standing in my name.
And the seconder?
Rwy hefyd yn eilio'r cynnig a gofyn am eich cefnogaeth. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr nawr. So we now go to the vote on the private member's motion at addendum 13. Those in favour? Thank you very much. Those against? And those abstaining? 1, 2, 3.
0 against.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So that is passed. And can I also say, just express gratitude for your continuing prayers for our bishop and for our diocese. Diolch o galon. And I shall now, this is getting really rather ridiculous, I think. I'm now going to pass the chair to, guess who? Mr. Tim Llewellyn.
Have a nice sit down.
All yours. All yours.
I promise this is the last you'll hear from me today and indeed tomorrow. Okay, so I do apologise. So we're now at session 4, agenda item 14, the Times and Seasons part 4, and this now will be a presentation and launch. You will in your papers have received a copy of the liturgy, Times and Seasons Part 4, Creation Tide. Need to tell you that digitally only, it was published in both languages with the governing body documents on the Church and Wales website, see Session 4 folder. There are 2 parts to the motion. It'll be that the governing body welcome the Times and Seasons resources produced by the Standing Liturgical Advisory Commission, and commend the liturgical resources within Time and Season volumes 1 to 4 for use in the Church in Wales in accordance with paragraph 3 of the canon to authorise and regulate minor variations to authorised liturgies. We're going to have 3 speakers to support this. The first will be the proposer, the Bishop of St Asaph. I'll then be calling on the Reverend Canon Mark Priest, who you authorised earlier on to be able to speak. The Reverend Canon Mark Priest is the chair of the Standing Liturgical Advisory Commission, and then I will be seeking the seconder, Father John Connell. So, Bishop.
Chair, thank you very much. Gregory Cameron, Bishop of St. Asaph, ex officio. Some years ago, in fact, in April 2021, governing body was invited to look at Times and Seasons Part 3. And as part of the motion that we presented then, we included an encouragement to the Church in Wales to be creative in its approach to liturgy. And we asked that the liturgy of the Church in Wales should be something which is welcoming and animating. I think we'd all agree that we would like our worship to be something which is accessible to those outside the Church of Wales, that it would be something which speaks to the hearts and minds of the people of the nation of Wales and speaks into different contexts. And so, over the years, we have produced 3 volumes of Times and Seasons material, which augments and supplements the fundamental diet we have of the Holy Eucharist and morning and evening prayer. Volume 1 covered liturgical year Advent to Candlemas. Volume 2 covered the period Candlemas to Trinity, and Volume 3 completed the liturgical year from Trinity to the Kingdom season, leading back into Advent. This liturgical year could be described as a redemption cycle, because it is based on the good news of Jesus Christ, of his prophetic preparation in the season of Advent, of his birth, of his period of temptation in the wilderness, the events of his passion and resurrection, ascension, the sending of the Spirit, and then the life of the Church. But as we've already noted in this governing body and in the address of the Archbishop this morning, the world is concerned not just with issues of redemption, but with issues of creation. And if we're facing a climate emergency, it's very important that as a church, we celebrate what we understand to be true of creation and find ways of committing the life of the church and hopefully through the church, the nation, to good stewardship of creation. Part 4, therefore, of Times and Seasons material is concerned not with the cycle of redemption, but with the cycle of creation, and seeks to speak into those liturgical opportunities that we have to celebrate creation, to celebrate the agricultural and industrial life of the modern world, and to enhance our resources in such a way that we may speak more powerfully also of our care for the climate and the crisis that we believe we face. I'd like to invite Canon Mark Priest, the Subdean of Llandaff Cathedral, who is the chair of the Standing Liturgical Advisory Commission, to speak to you in more detail of what is contained in Volume 4. And I very much hope that you as a governing body will welcome this additional set of resources. As we bring this work to completion, we also felt it was a good moment to ask governing body to commend all the resources in volumes 1 to 4 for use in the Church in Wales, so that the backing of governing body was seen and felt for all this liturgical material and invitation
to creativity, to welcome, and to animation. And it's on that basis that I propose the motion.
Thank you, Bishop. Chair, Archbishop, members of the governing body, thank you for inviting me and permitting me to speak to you this afternoon. In a moment, I'll take you through volume 4. But before I do that, I'd like to offer thanks to all those who've been involved in producing these resources, members of the Commission, without whom certainly I couldn't do anything really. We're very grateful to all of them, especially to the Reverend Dr. Catherine Haynes, who coordinated the subgroup that produced this particular section of Times and Seasons. We also offer thanks to the individuals and the organisations who graciously mission, but we've drawn resources from elsewhere. We're aware that we have a shared endeavour, as it were, as people of faith to sustain God's creation. And an example of that life-giving partnership, at the end of this particular item, after the discussion, we will join in an act of commitment which has been produced by the Christian environmental organisation, Our Rocha. We're very grateful to them. So, as Bishop Gregory has said, we hope that these resources will support the vision eloquent to us by the Archbishop this morning, both in terms of strengthening the Church in Wales' key role in sustaining the environment and equipping others who are partners with us in that work. The resources seek to reflect the diverse contexts in which we proclaim the good news of the crucified and risen Christ. Whether that's in the rural setting of the agricultural year, the industrial and post-industrial context of many of our communities in different parts of Wales, and of course the maritime opportunities and challenges faced in our beautiful and diverse coastline. At the heart of the resources is a deep concern for God's creation, which we know is currently under threat. It is our hope as a commission that these resources will inspire our ministry areas and our churches and congregations to play their part in that urgent work and to ensure that our efforts are rooted in prayer, in scripture, and a desire to be channels of the Holy Spirit, who leads us more deeply into the life of God. So to turn to this particular part of Times and Seasons. Section A deals with the agricultural year, beginning with Creation Sunday and the season of creation, something of an innovation recently in the church's calendar. We've resources for Plough Sunday. Shortly, we will all, I hope, be celebrating Rogation Tide, and you'll find resources in this section of Times and Seasons for Rogation Tide and your planning of services in the next few weeks or so. Lammas Tide also figures, and Harvest Festival. You might say that all is safely gathered into this particular section, and you will find lots of resources for, took a while, but there we are. You will find resources for the Harvest Festival in this part of Times and Seasons. There was a parish near me when I was growing up which had 5 churches, and each church had Harvest Festival celebrations on a Thursday and a Sunday. One in Welsh and one in English in each of the 5 churches. You'll find lots of resources to offer additional acts of worship during the Harvest Festival season. So do please look at those. Then, crucially, Section B, stewardship of the environment. Environment resources, prayers in times of agricultural crisis. There's some Forest Church resources. Some of you may be familiar with the Forest Church movement. Again, something relatively new. You'll find resources and an introduction and some explanation of that school of thought in this section. And then we move also to Industrial Sunday resources. Now, that might be something new to you. I grew up in Port Talbot, which, when I was growing up in the 60s and 70s, was indeed an absolute hub of industry in South Wales. Thousands of people working in the steelworks. And alongside Harvest Festival, alongside Rogation Tide celebrations, we would hold an Industrial Sunday service where we recognise the work of those who worked in the industry of the town and all that was we relied upon them for, those who worked there and so on. And we thought that might be something, even in this post-industrial age for so many parts of Wales, this would be resources that could be useful for us all. We talked about the coastline. You've got the coastal path now. You will see various resources for those who work at sea and for all that the sea brings to our minds when we think liturgically. The final section of this edition of Times and Seasons reminds us that we have a responsibility to care for one another as God's creatures. And so in the final section of resources, you'll find prayers for carers, for Education Sunday, for survivors of trauma and abuse, for organ donation, and for One World Week. So pastoral care and sensitivity can be used, I think, throughout this volume as it helps take you through this particular cycle of the Church's year. That's a whistle-stop tour of this particular section. And so I think Father John will now formally second the motion.
Your Grace, Chair, sisters and brothers in Christ, in seconding the motions before you, I do so not so much as a member of the governing body and a member of SLAC, but first and foremost as a parish priest who in 29 years of ministry has experienced the transforming power of good liturgy, celebrated well and with care, and using the best resources available. As a deacon ordained in 1994, I can remember saying the evening office on the eve of Advent Sunday before going through the pews of St Mary's Church in Caldicot, taking out the old Green Book booklets and sticking in the new 1994 Gold Book right, if you can remember back that far. And I've been involved in renewing the liturgical life of all the parishes I've worked in ever since. Well, I moved to the parish of Abergavenny 7 years ago, and the parishes of the now formed Abergavenny ministry area, we had only one of our churches using the 2004 rite as the main act for worship on a Sunday morning. We now have 5 out of 7 using it as the main rite, one dipping their toes in the water, and one church stoutly refusing to budge from anything but the Green Book, but give it time. When good liturgy is done well, it has the power to help disciples of Jesus Christ to grow more fully into his likeness, to be formed and empowered for life and mission in him through the power of the Holy Spirit. Good liturgy can and should become the very springboard for the Church's mission, as we're sent out into the world to be Christ's body and to share in God's mission. The resources before us in all the volumes of Times and Seasons offer a rich and varied diet of liturgical resources to enrich the Christian year. They enable us to inhabit more fully and to live more deeply each and every season of the Church's year, and now in Volume 4, to reflect, to pray, and to worship as we consider our relationship with creation and our place within creation. As we are beside the sea today, perhaps I can suggest a seaside analogy. With the resources laid before you, you can take off your shoes and socks and have a paddle. You can dip your toe in the water, take what additional resources you need for a particular event at a particular time of year, whatever you think meets your liturgical needs. Or you can put your bathers on. You can dive deeply into the rich resources before you. You can transform your liturgical life into something that will refresh the life of worship in your local churches,
that will help shape and grow your members as disciples of Jesus Christ and enable the church to share more fully in God's mission to the world. I commend these resources to you and am pleased to second the motion.
So thank you very much to Bishop Gregory, to Canon Mark Priest and to Father John Connell. The floor is open for debate on the Times and Seasons Part 4, the presentation and launch. And if I could just remind speakers, if you could tell the governing body your name and the diocese you're from, please.
Your Grace, Chair, members of governing body, Susan Fogarty, lay licensed minister, Bangor Diocese. This resource could not have come at a better time in my ministry. On Friday this week, I'm meeting with the National Trust to work with them on a collaborative project, which at the moment is entitled Finding God in the Garden. This will be a huge resource and a help to me, and to have something that I can actually show people and to get my own sort of ministry team on board with me. That's a huge help. Thank you so much.
Ian Black, Dean of Newport, nominated Dean. I'd like to begin by thanking the Liturgical Committee, not only for these resources which are before us now, but also the previous resources that you've produced. I use these frequently, and throughout Eastertide, throughout Lent, all the seasons, these resources have been enriching the cathedral's liturgy that I've been producing. So thank you for producing them. They're actually making a difference to how we worship, how we tell the story of God's love and redemption. And when we bless things, we say God delights in it, that God creates out of love, and all things are held within God's loving purpose. And these resources help us do that. So help us sing those praises with thanksgiving. So thank you. Grateful to you for what you've produced and delighted to be able to support them.
John Sadler, co-opted member. I'd like to acknowledge the work that's been put into this. I'd be hopeless at doing something like this, and so it's very impressive to put something like this together. I haven't read it all, but I had a flick through to memorial service for people who've died homeless. Bishop Gregory said that the aim was to make liturgy that was welcoming and animating, but parts of this bit read as kind of more jovial and insensitive, I felt. And then there was a bit that said, may all who have died come at last to their home in heaven. Heaven isn't the home of all who've died, but the home of those who've fallen asleep in Christ. This line reads as universalist rather than Christian. As I said, I haven't read it all, but I'd be surprised if I'd just happened to turn to the only bit that had a few issues. So just something to consider. Thank you.
Naomi Starkey, elected cleric, Bangor. As the previous speaker, I want to commend the creativity of all those who were involved in putting together this resource and the breadth of occasions covered. My difficulty is twofold, really. One that I've really enjoyed in my 7/8 years of full-time ministry, taking occasions such as blessing of pets and so on as an opportunity to be personally creative within the overall framework of a Church in Wales authorised liturgy. My difficulty is that if everything becomes authorised, where's the scope for kind of local trial and innovation, perhaps occasionally error? So that's one thing, is that are we trying to like nail down everything so we can only use the words as in the book? Second thing is that for me, I've discovered as I've gone on through ministry that really good liturgy is what you see through to a deeper truth behind. Liturgy that draws attention to itself, too much. So you're admiring the choice of adjective or whatever. To me, that doesn't work as well as that which is the window into the spiritual reality beyond. Having in a previous role spent a lot of time with liturgies by, for example, Jim Cotter, I found that quite often, and this is speaking as a former editor in the Christian publishing industry, I longed to take an editorial pen to some of the more purple passages. I feel that as I say, while I commend the creativity, I would hesitate to use some of these liturgies because I feel they speak too loudly of themselves as opposed to looking through, as I say, to the spiritual reality we're trying to invoke. 3 points of detail and a plea, therefore. Points of detail, can we please change page 98, where it talks about Lord Jesus Christ, invokes Lord Jesus Christ, the close friend of fishers. That is not English. In the Cymraeg, it actually says pysgotwyr, which is helpful fishermen. Can we find another way of saying that? There is no such thing as fishers out there. Secondly, in a pet service that I have done now twice, I found myself being asked to pray for dead pets. There is no form for how we pray. Presumably we don't pray for the soul of Smokey or whoever. But that was actually a pastoral thing, and people were moved to the point of tears as I had to pray for 4 or 5 dead family cats. The third point of detail is that Forest Church should be used in inverted commas, or another phrase used such as worshipping outdoors, because Forest Church was actually an idea that was created by an individual, Bruce Stanley, who wrote a book called Forest Church, and he talks about Forest Church as something that's not necessarily Christian. So I feel it's a little bit awkward to be using that without any qualification. The plea, please could SLAC come up with some simple liturgies suitable for use with people with learning difficulties, such as a simple baptism service. Could we have a revised baptism service anyway? But particularly for people with learning difficulties, I had a service to do myself quite recently, and I had to come up with a service that obviously still had the threefold baptismal act, but what the Church in Wales provides officially just didn't speak at all to the person concerned. So with apologies, but I would hesitate to want to use many of these liturgies as they currently stand.
Thank you. Andrew Sims, lay elected Llandaff. I love these resources. I love the fact that they are further expressions of the church's inclusivity. And as a layperson in the church in Wales, I find that they are a starting point for lots of prayerful expressions of hope for people that we hope to reach as a family of God. And I suppose what I would really like to say is, can we consider this, part 4, to be a springboard to more work in different ways? And I'm thinking particularly as a church for whom our liturgy is profoundly important. Liturgical responses say something to me as a layperson. A liturgical response, when the church produces a liturgy for something, it is one of the ways in which I feel heard. And that's why I think we need to think about liturgical liturgy for things like Black History Month, for LGBT History Month, and further to the point made by Naomi Starkey, I was thinking about the word neurodivergent and liturgies that are accessible to those people who are neurodivergent. And that encompasses lots of things. And yes, there would be a simplicity to it, but also different ways of expressing the truths that we hold as so important and dear to us. Thank you so much.
Rob Dawson, elected lay member, St Asaph. This was actually what I was hoping my first thing to talk to you about was going to be, rather than my previous submission. I'd like to turn to look at part E, life and well-being. I'm not a liturgist, so I'm not going to be talking about the worthiness of individual words or whatever. But I am interested in the list of those life events in E. I wonder how they were chosen. And were there any others that were thought of and left out? And if so, why? I'm also wondering what opportunities there are for further suggestions to be made. And I wondered and thought that some thought could be given to services around those suffering from addiction, for example, or those caught up in modern day slavery. I don't wish to add to the very wordy shopping list that we have already heard, but I would ask some consideration is given to those. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sam Aldred, elected cleric, Swansea and Brecon. It's my first time speaking to the governing body. Just 2 points, and I was emboldened by Naomi Starkey's comments, really. The first thing is, I think sometimes our liturgy is a bit like Japanese knotweed. It keeps on expanding and expanding. And I don't think I'm particularly stupid, and I think I have a sense for liturgy, but sometimes I find it very difficult to know where to look. There's so much available. And the glory of Cranmer's prayer book was not simply the oldie worldy language, but simply that in one book you had a liturgy that was for all people. And so if you wanted to say morning prayer or evening prayer, or you wanted to know what liturgy would be used when you died or when your children was baptized, you had it. Whereas now, I think the liturgy has been taken out of the hands of the people and into the hands of a liturgical committee. And that's just a general comment I wanted to make. The second thing is, what is liturgy? Liturgy is a conversation between people and God. And we offer back to God what he gives to us. And the best liturgy is scriptural. And I think, again, most perfectly in evensong and matins, we have liturgy which is almost entirely scriptural, and we offer that back up to God. Some of the liturgies here are purple prose, absolutely. I would even go as far as to say doggerel. I find some of them perhaps a little bit embarrassing. And I would just think, I'm not sure I could bring myself to use this. And I look particularly on the liturgy for the death of a homeless person. I've prayed with homeless people who've woken up with their partner dead next to them the night before. And I certainly wouldn't use this service. I think some of the text is a little bit expansive and a little bit sort of a bit purple. So I just wanted to offer those comments. Thank you.
Hi, Colleen, Pioneer Evangelist, St. David's Diocese. You already know me because I've spoken once. But I just wanted to say that I loved what Bishop Gregory said about the fact that this liturgy is supposed to be a bit more accessible for potentially people that might be coming to the church for the first time. And obviously, I'm an evangelist, so I love it when people talk about that kind of stuff. But I think that makes a lot of sense because people that are unchurched or are just not familiar with the Anglican Church, they might walk into our services and not have a clue about what our liturgy actually means. And so, like in my role, we are working with the unchurched, trying to bring people to a living faith in Jesus, but then we also want them to become part of our church family. And so there's a transition that has to happen. And I haven't read this liturgy, but I think it would be really amazing if some of our liturgy was actually really good for that, transitioning people who are not used to being part of church life into church life. And so I love the liturgy that we have already. I think liturgy is part of bringing glory to God, and that it's an amazing part of our worship. And so there will be different times for different kinds of liturgy, and I totally understand what the last speaker was saying. But I think also some of our liturgy just will not be understood by people that have never been part of the church. And so I think that if resources are available that actually is liturgical and actually can help explain some of the things we believe in a way that's a bit more down to earth and a bit more everyday, but still beautiful and still brings glory to God, I think that's amazing. Also, I really love the creativity, as lots of people have said, but also the permission, like that actually there is a way for people within our church to be creative and to come up with different liturgy that brings glory to God obviously has to be authorized, but I think that I would really love there to be a bit more room for that, because I bet there are people in this room that actually have a gift from God, and we're all creative, but there'll be some people that have a gift with words, like Naomi has worked a lot with words, and just different people. And if we could actually use those gifts within our own church to create new resources, and if those resources were organic from the church in Wales, how amazing is that we actually could be creating new forms of liturgy that bring glory to God. And so I would love to see some more creative liturgies that enable people to come into our church and understand what's going on, and also more opportunities for people within our church to actually be creative and create those resources. So thank you for giving that a go, committee.
Wen Dewen, aelod lleug o Esgobaeth Bangor. Dwi am siarad yn Gymraeg, os gwelwch yn dda. It's good. I've got meltdown as well, the gentleman. Mae'n braf bod na bethau newydd yn digwydd, a da ni angen bethau newydd ar gyfer yn gwasanaethau mwyn symud ymlaen ac yn y blaen. Ac dwi'n ddiolchgar i'r holl waith sy'n cael ei wneud, ond o fod wedi ista ma pnawn ma, da ni wedi sôn am ni'n hunan, a da ni'n licio fo neud beth da ni isio. Does a ddim sôn o gwbl di fod am bobl ifanc a plant. A dwi'n credu na dyna lle da ni isio cyrraedd hefyd, bod angen rhywbeth oherwydd mae yna blant yn dod i'n eglwysi ni, a maen nhw'n ista na, a falle dyn nhw ddim yn dall dim, a mae gynddyn nhw'r, mae yna dwi wedi gweld, mae'n wirion i'n neud o, maen nhw'n tynnu'r ffôn allan ac yn chwarae ar y ffôn yn hytrach nac yn gwrando. A felly dwi'n meddwl bod o'n bwysig i'r dyfodol bod ni hefyd yn gwneud bethau sydd ar gyfer pobl ifanc a phlant, fel bod nhw'n dall beth sy'n werthfawr gynnon ni, a bod nhw'n gallu drysori fo ac yn tyfu fyny yn y ffydd hefyd. A fyswn ni wrth fy modd yn cael defnyddiau sydd ar gyfer bod oedolion a plant yn gallu addoli hefo'i gilydd. Diolch.
Can I thank everybody who's come up to speak, but I will give the right of reply now. Is it Bishop Gregory or Bishop Gregory?
Thank you. Mark was here as well to answer any technical questions, but you've not asked too many technical questions. Thank you for that debate and for taking this motion seriously. It would be so easy, wouldn't it, at 5 o'clock in the evening just to say, let's get on to the confirmation of election and to supper. I'm particularly grateful to those speakers who have stood up and been willing to say hard things about the liturgical material that has been produced, because we need criticism as well as praise. And it's very good to hear points being made about the use of language or the nature of language. And I can assure you I've made quite a lot of notes and intend to take those back to SLAC for us to look at how things may develop. I made reference earlier to a marvellous piece of legislation, and that was a piece of legislation that governing body passed fairly recently to allow minor variations in the use of the liturgies. And so if you don't like a universalist theology, for example, then yes, nudge the language as you use it in your worship. But it did seem to me that we had a criticism about producing all these resources, which came from two different ends, as it were. Sam was critical because he felt the liturgy was expanding and expanding, and that the liturgical resources were getting too vast to be held in one hand, and wanted us to return to a purity and a simplicity of liturgy. On the other hand, I heard Naomi say to us, there's so much liturgical material here, it's squashing my creativity. It's not allowing me to express what I want to do. To both, I would say, these are resources. They're not compulsory liturgies. They're offered because some people
want to find good resources. You don't have to use them if you don't like them, if you feel it squelches your creativity, if you feel it's too diverse and diluting the consistency of liturgy. It is your judgment and your opportunity to disregard all 4 volumes if you so wish. As Father John said, you may be one of those just dipping your toe in rather than putting on your bathers. I take very, very seriously the whole idea of worship being creative. And I love the analogy that Naomi used about liturgy being a window. Some of us will know the church of Little St. Mary's in Cambridge, where George Herbert was a parish priest. And they have a marvelous door which is made of glass, and engraved into the glass are some words of George Herbert. A man that looks on glass, on that may rest his eye, or if he willeth, through it pass, and thus the heaven espy. And of course, it's a brilliant positioning, because you look through the glass doors to the magnificent sanctuary of that church. So you can glimpse the heaven through the glass doors. But I think liturgy should be like that. And this is an attempt only to help people do that and not to hinder them. And I think that the bishops are speaking on behalf of the bench without consulting them at all, but holding the liturgical portfolio. We want to encourage worship which is living and alive and which calls people into a living relationship with God. These are not intended to dampen creativity, they're intended to facilitate it where you feel you'd like to use a set of words. As Andrew said, to be a springboard into a fuller life. I'm grateful to Andrew and Naomi for opening the door on volume 5 of Times and Seasons. I really do take seriously the possibility of providing for other liturgical resources, and particularly, I think, the idea of liturgy for those who are neurodiverse and who have learning difficulties. Very often, we are too wordy in our liturgy. And if we want a liturgy which is accessible to those who are outside the church, we should perhaps have more like Canon Mark's presentation, more of picture than of word. And I'd like to take that idea of perhaps liturgies for those with learning difficulties, neurodiversity, other members of the community, back to the bench and to the Standing Commission for further discussion. In answer to Rob's point, actually there are a whole pile of resources for different life events. They've not been formalized into the 4 volumes of Times and Seasons, but they have been authorized by the bench and they are available on the website. So do go fishing on the website under the heading of the liturgical resources. You'll find things such as the blessing of a home and liturgies like that, which have been developed at different kinds. I'm very grateful for the comments that have been made and for the outward-facing missional aspect that I detect lying beneath these comments. I hope that you as a governing body will be content with the emotion as it stands and be able to approve these resources for use. And if you do, if they are authorized, as Canon Mark sort of hinted, we stand ready to give you a taste of these resources in the act of commitment to environmental responsibility. And that is one of the liturgies that is within this volume, and one which fits in well with what we've already heard today about climate change and the responsibility of the church to respond. So I commend the motion to you.
Thank you, Bishop. So the governing body is now being asked to A, welcome the Times and Seasons resources produced by the Standing Liturgical Advisory Commission, and B, commend the liturgical resources within Times and Seasons, volumes 1 to 4, for use in the Church in Wales in accordance with paragraph 3 of the Canon to authorise and regulate minor variations to authorised liturgies, 2022, and this decision is by simple majority of the governing body. It's been proposed by the Bishop of St Asaph and seconded by Father John Connell. So all those in favour, please show your cards. Thank you very much. All those against? There's one over there, yeah. Thank you. And any abstentions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 against, 5 abstentions. Thank you very much. So were you going to do one of... Yes, please.
Thank you for getting that. I am accused sometimes of being too optimistic. I think, though, on the whole, that we can be pleased with your reaction, and you are giving it a very positive response. I've got two colleagues from Llandaff Diocese, Father John Durley and Mr. Sue Rivers, to help me lead this act of commitment, which you should also be able to see on the screen. That's it. When God created the heavens and the earth, he declared that it was good. As we offer our sacrifice of prayer and thanksgiving, we pledge that we will honor the everlasting covenant between God, the creator of all things, who loves the world, and the creation which responds in joyful praise. Gwydion, arglwydd Duw, I ddod ti yw'r ddaear a'i llawnder, a byd a rhai sy'n byw yno. Gwrando a'n gweddi, derbyn a'n gwasanaeth, a llyw'n aslon a'n hadduned.
May our worship honour your generous gifts. May we explore together our responsibilities to the creation of which we are a part, in preaching and teaching, in prayer and praise.
For the earth is yours, and all that is in it.
Bydded pob adeilad eglwysig yn di-gweddi, yn deml gogoniant i ti, yn amlygu gallu dy ras i adfer, cynnal ac adnewyddu pob peth byw. Ac wrth ddefnyddio a datblygu'r adnoddau a etifeddwyd gennym, dyrwy ni ddangos ein bod yn ddisgyblion ac yn dystion effeithiol i ti, oherwydd eiddo ti y ddeiar a'i llawnder.
May we allow the land we occupy to flourish in your care. May we share and protect both open space and managed earth, and build community with and through the land and all that it sustains. For the earth is yours and all that is in it.
Bydded i ni fod yn gorff Crist ar y ddaear, yn meithrin perthynas oddi mewn i'r cymunedau lleol a byd eang, yn tynnu sylw at effaith ein gweithredoedd ni, ar ein brodyr a'n chwiorydd, ledled y byd, ac yn rhoi ystyriaeth arbennig i'r tlawd a'r bregus, oherwydd eiddo ti y ddeiar a'i chyfiawnder.
May we show in our lives what we claim in our words, revealing in our discipleship our love for you, for each other and for the world, following your command to bear fruit that will last. For the earth is yours and all that is in it.
Would you stand, please? Lord God, we pledge ourselves to your service in caring for your creation, that your kingdom may grow from the seed of hope into a tree of righteousness and justice for the world, and the creation itself will be set free from its bondage to decay, and will obtain the freedom and the glory of the children of God, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Tend the earth, care for God's good creation, and bring forth the fruits of righteousness. Ewch yn angnifedd Christ. Diolch a fod i Dduw.
Thank you very much. So that actually brings us to the end of today's proceedings. And I would just like to thank all the contributors today and speakers for everything that they've done to make today such a full and complete day. A couple of announcements for you. Can I first of all ask that you leave your headsets on your table so that they can be charged overnight? Second thing I'd like to tell you is that we will now meet at 6 p.m, where we will meet at the Holy Trinity Church where we were for this morning, and we will meet there for evening prayer and the Sacred Synod. Dinner will then be served at 7:30 in the Imperial Hotel, and then we will reconvene here tomorrow morning at 9:30 for morning prayer. So Sacred Synod and evening prayer in Holy Trinity at 6, dinner at 7:30 in the Imperial Hotel, and reconvene here tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. for morning prayer. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.